Chapter 2286. Old Tortoise finally blocked the mysterious black hand in a very strange place in the chaotic world and fought with it. However, what surprised Old Tortoise was that the mysterious black hand was extremely powerful and was able to fight with him endlessly. This was a powerful sage. The mysterious man was shrouded in a layer of mysterious Taoist rhymes. Even Old Tortoise could not see through this person's true appearance. "Who are you?" Old Tortoise broke through the layers of astral winds and directly arrived in front of the mysterious man. He then punched the mysterious man's chest, and the powerful fist force crushed the void. The mysterious man did not speak. His body suddenly became blurry as if he was about to disappear into the void. Old Tortoise's punch directly passed through the mysterious man's body. At this moment, Old Tortoise felt danger. The hair on his body stood up and almost exploded. He was like a cat whose tail was suddenly stepped on. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Old Tortoise rushed forward. Just as Old Tortoise rushed forward, a big black hand silently slapped out of the void and instantly pierced through the place where Old Tortoise was originally standing. "You're a demon." Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. He sensed a trace of demonic aura from the black hand that slapped out of the void. Only demons would have demonic aura. The mysterious man still did not make a sound. He walked out of the void. The figure that Old Tortoise punched through was just an afterimage of him. "Kill!" Old Tortoise finally got serious when he sensed the demonic aura on the mysterious man. He roared and stretched out his hand to grab the mysterious man. Rumble! A purple dragon claw rushed out of his hand and burst out a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire world trembled under the impact of this demonic power. This was the power that originated from the bloodline of the Supreme Emperor of the Demon Clan. The purple dragon claw displayed terrifying power and directly tore the void between heaven and earth. The black aura on the mysterious man's body was vast and mighty. The black aura with demonic aura instantly condensed into a black hand and met the purple dragon claw. Bam! The two forces collided in an instant. The black hand collapsed, and the black Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The purple dragon claw directly smashed the black hand and then grabbed at the mysterious man. Buzz! The air trembled, and the mysterious man was grabbed by the purple dragon claw. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Roar! The mysterious man roared furiously, and a strand of supreme Saint rank energy erupted from his body. 9 black Tao patterns rushed out from his body and forcefully pushed the violet dragon claw away before he charged out. Kacha! The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the mysterious man's body. His broken bones were being reconnected, and in an instant he had completely recovered. Humph! Old Tortoise was extremely domineering. At this time his expression was solemn. He directly displayed his strongest combat strength and pressed forward step by step toward the mysterious man. The Patriarch's cultivation base has risen again. Outside the battlefield, the fire Chilanbalan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Old Tortoise's cultivation speed was really too fast. He was improving almost every day, especially after he became a saint. When he became a saint, no one was alerted. Although the heavenly tribulation of a saint was very noisy, and ordinary people couldn't hide the extremely strong fluctuation of heaven and earth, this was only to ordinary people. Old Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He had the Tai Huang seal of his father, the supreme Tai Huang of the Demon Clan. With the Tai Huang seal, no one would be able to sense it, even if the Old Tortoise made a bigger noise. This kind of cultivation base is far from his peak. An old voice suddenly came from the side, causing Baron to be startled. He quickly turned around and saw that the ancient demon of the demon race was already standing beside him without him noticing. This ancient demon used to follow the Tai Huang, and his background was so powerful that it could scare people to death. It should be known that the era of the Tai Huang was extremely long ago. It was hard to imagine that the experts of the demon clan from that era could still be alive today. As an ancient demon who used to follow the Tai Huang, the old man naturally knew the cultivation base and strength of Old Tortoise. Back then, the 9 sons of the Tai Huang were powerful existences that shook the entire untainted land. Old Tortoise was the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang. One could imagine how powerful he was at his peak. Since the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang was furious, the mysterious man immediately couldn't withstand it. He was constantly pushed back, and his body was covered with blood. His body had suffered a great impact. I have sealed the area with the Tai Huang seal. Let's see how you escape this time. Old Tortoise said with a murderous look. This guy had already attacked him several times before, causing him to be covered in dust and dirt. He even lost a few generals of the demon clan. The mysterious man didn't say anything, but the demonic aura on his body became more and more powerful. It was as if there was a supreme, true demon hiding in his body. In the end, the mysterious man's body was directly shattered by Old Tortoise's great technique, and his primordial spirit was forced out. Rumble, the Tai Huang seal hanging high in the sky, trembled. Under a mighty force, it obliterated the mysterious man's primordial spirit. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal. The mysterious man's primordial spirit directly dissipated in the void. How is this possible? At the moment when the mysterious man's primordial spirit was obliterated, Old Tortoise suddenly felt something. His face became a little ugly. This mysterious man was strange, and it didn't seem to be his real body. Such a method was too incredible. Such a powerful existence was actually not his real body. If this was really the case, then the mysterious man's real body was unimaginably powerful. Old Tortoise couldn't be happy. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this time, the battle between the Eastern Emperor Xian and the ancient demon had already ended. The Eastern Emperor Xian had been captured by the old man. Although Old Tortoise said that this person was useless to him, the old man still left him for Old Tortoise to deal with. The ancient demon sage was extremely powerful. Even the Eastern Emperor Xian's sage, heavenly tribulation, was dispersed. The Eastern Emperor Xian survived, but his cultivation had been sealed by the ancient demon using a secret technique. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian was like a mortal without cultivation and combat power. Don't kill me. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian no longer had the bearing that an Emperor Xian should have. His voice was trembling, and he was even more frightened when he saw Old Tortoise walking towards him with a murderous aura. Old Tortoise ignored the Eastern Emperor Xian. He came in front of the Eastern Emperor Xian and pressed his hand on the Eastern Emperor Xian's head to read his memories. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. Chapter 2287. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path were the secret techniques of the Immortal Path created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. These secret techniques were renowned throughout the untainted land during ancient times and were known as undefeatable secret techniques. The most maddening thing was that there were no prerequisites for cultivating these secret techniques, and it was not restricted to only cultivators of the Immortal Path. In other words, other living beings could also cultivate the secret techniques of the Immortal Path. After reading the memories of the Eastern Emperor Xian, the Old Tortoise obtained these 2 secret techniques, Chaos Reversal and Void Reversal. These 2 secret techniques were practically prepared for battle. While the Old Tortoise was destroying the mysterious man, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes in a valley in another region of the chaotic world. He actually destroyed my demon body. Is that Old Tortoise really that powerful? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The Old Tortoise's guess was correct. The mysterious man who fought with him was not his real body, but a demon body, the corpse of a saint-level demon. The real mastermind behind the scenes was someone else. The Old Tortoise and the others then returned to the heavenly palace in the sky. The startled ancient sages gradually dispersed after seeing the end of the battle. Soon, peace was restored in this part of the world. While the old tortoise and the others returned to the heavenly palace in the sky, Gu Fei and the others were looking for a place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Gu Zhong, the iron-blood Taoist Shaoqing, and the others had all reached the greater perfection of the saint level and were qualified to attempt the breakthrough. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, Gu Fei had to carefully search for a suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. That is, as Gu Fei walked into the depths of the chaotic world, a powerful wave of spiritual qi came from the front. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. There must be a treasured place where spiritual qi gathered in front of him. This was the place that Gu Fei was looking for. Gu Fei walked in the direction of the spiritual qi. Soon his eyes lit up. There was not a trace of chaotic qi in the void in front of him. He discovered that the area in front of him was brimming with vitality. At the center of this area, there was a spring. This spring was actually spewing out heaven and earth spiritual qi. It's a good place. Just as Gu Fei walked into the lively world, a furious roar rang out. Then, a ferocious beast came out from behind Short Mountain. It was a white divine tiger, like an ancient divine beast. An extremely powerful killing intent spread out from the divine tiger's body. A ferocious beast with the white tiger divine beast's bloodline running through its veins. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He could sense that there was a powerful force within this fierce tiger's body. This was a type of power that originated from its bloodline. Roar! The fierce tiger stared at Gu Fei and growled in a low voice, as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any time. Are all remnant species of primal chaos this powerful? Gu Fei had to get serious. How could such a spiritual land not have an owner? This fierce tiger was entrenched here, guarding the spiritual land, and was not driven away by anyone. This was enough to show how powerful this fierce tiger was. Powerful remnant species of primal chaos were not weaker than saints. Some of them were even stronger than saints in terms of cultivation and combatability. This fierce tiger with the white tiger divine beast bloodline was not simple. It was very powerful and could compete with the saints of the human clan. Even if an ancient saint came, he might not be able to suppress this fierce tiger. Get lost! Gu Fei shouted at the fierce tiger. His voice contained a trace of power of the great path. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Even the fierce tiger stopped. Roar! The fierce tiger roared angrily. Its 4 limbs pushed off the ground and turned into a white divine light, pouncing towards Gu Fei fiercely. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me then. Gu Fei originally wanted to let this fierce tiger go, but now he had no other choice. He directly punched out, causing the void to tremble as it landed on the fierce tiger's forehead. The fierce tiger roared and flew backwards, falling to the ground. For a moment, it couldn't get up. What a tough bone! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would still be smashed by his fist, let alone a mere skull. It could only be said that this fierce tiger was a little different. Its bones were nourished by spiritual energy day and night, transforming even more. The fierce tiger didn't feel good after taking a punch from Gu Fei. The powerful fist energy almost exploded its head, causing it to feel dizzy, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of its mouth. Human, you've crossed the line. At this moment, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a divine communication. The fierce tiger was transmitting its voice to Gu Fei. Cross the line, my ass. If you obediently retreat, you can live. Otherwise, death will be your final destination. Gu Fei said as he looked at the ferocious tiger in front of him. You! The fierce tiger was both shocked and angry. It knew that it was no match for this human. However, if it risked its life, it still had a chance to perish together with this human. However, no one wanted to die. The fierce tiger was the same. You. If you don't scram now, then you don't need to scram anymore. The chaotic qi around Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. A powerful wave of saint energy exploded from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. The fierce tiger sensed the change in Gu Fei's body and couldn't help but be shocked. This human actually had the strength to kill it. This made the fierce tiger extremely nervous. The chaotic species pondered for a moment, then turned around and left. It had no choice but to leave the place it had protected for hundreds of years. Seeing that Xiong who had retreated on his own, Gu Fei withdrew the powerful aura from his body. Then he released the 4 people he had kept in his inner world. This is Gu Zhong, and the rest were incomparably shocked when they saw the scene. What they saw was actually a place full of vitality. In the entire primordial chaos world, there were definitely not many places like this. Master, we'll undergo our tribulation here, Gu Zhong asked. Yeah, let's hurry up and cultivate. Gu Fei nodded. In the center of this place, there was actually a heavenly spring of life. This was something nurtured by heaven and earth, spewing out the purest life essence. With this boundless life essence, there would be no danger of exhaustion during the tribulation. Gu Fei and the rest stayed in this place, while Gu Zhong and the rest cultivated. They needed to familiarize themselves with this place before undergoing their tribulation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The fierce tiger that was chased away by Gu Fei would occasionally roam around this place. It wanted to take back its territory, but it didn't dare to. Later on, the ferocious tiger actually invited an old flood dragon to attack this region together. Chapter 2288. The divine spring of life spewed out life essence day and night, nourishing the spiritual land within 100 miles. It was impossible for this place to be ownerless. There was a fierce tiger here, but it was forced away by Gu Fei. In the end, it even invited an old dragon to take back this spiritual land from Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei was no longer lenient. He directly used the life-slaying technique to kill the 2 chaotic species, then used the mountain and river cauldron to cook a cauldron of dragon-tiger soup and shared it with everyone. The tiger was a chaotic species with the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger. The dragon was the old dragon that had the bloodline of the true dragon in its veins. Although the old dragon did not transform into a true dragon after reaching the saint level, it was no different from a true dragon, especially since it had the bloodline of a true dragon. This was a true cauldron of dragon-tiger soup. When it was being brewed, spiritual light soared into the sky. Waves of divine sounds of the great Tao came from the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a peerless divine medicine. Even a saint would be envious of it. Gu Fei's disciples were in luck again. Not only Gu Fei's 3 disciples, but Zhong Limeng, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the rest of the 12 great bandits were also able to have a share. Even this group of people could not finish a cauldron of dragon-tiger soup. In the end, Gu Fei released the soldiers of the Meng family to let them have a taste of the dragon-tiger soup. The spiritual energy contained in the dragon-tiger soup was obviously beneficial to cultivators. Shaoqing directly sensed the arrival of the saint's heavenly tribulation. At this time, he could no longer suppress his level. Rumble! The faint sound of thunder came from the sky. This shocked everyone. The saint's heavenly tribulation was about to come. Shaoqing rushed into the depths of this spiritual land. Is the tribulation coming? Gu Fei was a bit speechless. This dragon-tiger soup was really miraculous. The divine splendor in the bodies of the fierce tiger and the old dragon were refined, especially the white tiger bloodline in the fierce tiger and the true dragon bloodline in the old dragon. These 2 bloodlines were the true bloodlines of ancient divine beasts. They contained great Tao fragments that could allow one to comprehend Tao. Not long after Shaoqing attracted the saint's heavenly tribulation, the Iron Blood Taoist also rushed to the other side of the spiritual land. He had a premonition that his heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Only Qilong and Gu Zhong had yet to sense when their heavenly tribulations would descend. Boom! Not long after, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking deep into the spiritual land. A destructive aura filled the air. Everyone retreated as far as they could. One should know that this was the tribulation of a sage. It was extremely terrifying. If anyone below the level of a sage were to be affected by the power of this tribulation, there would only be one outcome. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Roar! Just as Shaoqing triggered the saint's heavenly tribulation, a demonic figure appeared outside the spirit land. It then pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot an arrow at Shaoqing. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's eyebrows immediately rose when he saw this. He took a step forward and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. He then punched the demonic arrow that was shot at Shaoqing. The demonic arrow shattered under Gu Fei's fist. After shooting the arrow, the demonic figure immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei would not let the demonic figure retreat so easily. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and caught up with the demonic figure in just a few steps. Without hesitation, Gu Fei performed his killer move. The black and white yin-yang swords rushed out of his hands and turned into killing swords that strangled the demonic figure. The demonic figure continuously pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot demonic arrows with black demonic light, colliding with the yin-yang sword of life and death. However, what shocked the demonic figure was that the demonic arrows he shot could not withstand the 2 yin-yang sword of life and death from his opponent. Swoosh! The black and white divine light instantly intersected and slashed at the demonic figure, cleaving it in 2. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that after the demonic figure was cleaved in 2 by his yin-yang sword of life and death, it instantly rejoined itself, as if it had never been struck by the yin-yang sword of life and death. Some of the ancient sages could not help but be shocked at this sight. Demons also dare to appear. A vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. This demonic figure did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be the shadow of a soul. It was very special. Buzz! The air trembled as a beam of purple divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead, turning into a sword of the way that slashed towards the demonic shadow. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial divinity, sword of the way. This secret technique was the bane of all souls and primordial spirits. It possessed unfathomable power. At this moment, the demonic figure was shocked. It recognized this secret technique. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the demonic figure tore open the void and tried to escape. However, the primordial soul Tao sword was extremely fast. Although the specter had already escaped into the primordial chaos, it was still slashed by Gu Fei's primordial soul Tao sword and dissipated in the primordial chaos. The demonic bow was lost in the primordial chaos. Gu Fei was very powerful, and the battle prowess he displayed shocked everyone. After all, the demonic figure just now was extremely powerful. It was definitely a demon at the sage level. This Gu Fei is getting more and more terrifying. The ancient sages from the soaring dragon ancestral planet muttered. The ancient sages close to the Dongfang family were especially worried. The stronger Gu Fei grew, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Dongfang family. This was a huge problem. Those who had conflicts with Gu Fei on the soaring dragon ancestral planet felt great pressure and danger. Some had already left the primordial chaos world, afraid of meeting Gu Fei. However, many ancient sages were not paying attention to Gu Fei. Demons kept appearing, which made the ancient sages nervous. The primordial chaos world would no longer be peaceful. But all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He stood guard in the spiritual land and stood guard for Shaoqing. This little guy is finally going through his tribulation. Less than 5 miles away from the spiritual land, there stood an old man on a stone mountain. This old man was an unparalleled existence of the demon race that even the old turtle dared not slight. This old man's status was 1 generation higher than the old turtles. In the past, this old man had discussed the Tao with the Grand Emperor and called him brother. Xiaoqing's tribulation made Gu Fei a little nervous. He had many enemies. If they jumped out at this time and attacked Xiaoqing, the consequences would be dire. One had to know that those who were going through their tribulations hated being disturbed the most. If they were disturbed, they would become crippled at best, and if they were worse, they would die. If anyone dares to attack, I, Gu Fei, will exterminate their entire family. Chapter 2289. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He was protecting Xiaoqing and had declared that anyone who dared to make a move against him would be wiped out. Everyone was very fearful of Gu Fei. It should be known that this ruthless person could even kill sages and was comparable to a sage king. As long as he passed the sage king tribulation, he would be a true sage king. No one said anything. Gu Fei's name had long spread throughout the entire chaos world. Even the native remnant species of the primal chaos knew that Gu Fei had appeared in the human race. No one dared to act rashly again. Originally, some Empyrean saints from the celestial realm wanted to stop little Qing from transcending the tribulation. However, after seeing that Gu Fei could actually kill a saint-level devil soul, they all gave up on the idea. Someone's passing the tribulation again. Who is it this time? There were traces of experts everywhere in the chaos world. Some sensed the changes in the spiritual qi of the world, while others triggered the sage, heavenly tribulation. The spatial passageway connecting this chaos world had already become unstable. Some people guessed that this was a sign that the chaos world was about to once again disappear into the endless chaos. The chaos world was about to close. As a result, the old antiques who had yet to pass the tribulation began to panic and could no longer sit still. Rumble, in the depths of the spiritual land where Xiaoqing was, the great Tao of the world pressed down, emitting a destructive power that could obliterate everything. This was the might of heaven. Streaks of dragon-shaped lightning descended from the sky and bombarded Xiaoqing. In the end, Xiaoqing actually triggered the Taihuang Great Tao imprint that the ancient Taihuang had left on the heavenly path. This was equivalent to fighting with the Taihuang Great Tao. After the battle, although Xiaoqing was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he had also dispersed the 9 Great Tao imprints that belonged to the Taihuang Great Tao. Roar! Xiaoqing roared at the sky. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared in his body, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual qi to replenish the yuan qi that had been consumed during the tribulation. The divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. 9 primordial Tao patterns intertwined on Xiaoqing's body, and the might of a true sacred beast spread out from his body. I've finally become a saint. After narrowly escaping death, when his life force was about to be completely severed, Xiaoqing finally made it through. A powerful life force began to emerge from his body. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 9 primordial patterns circled around his body, sealing up a part of the void and emitting the divine sound of the great path. These were the patterns that could only be condensed by a saint-level being. Xiaoqing, congratulations. Gu Fei walked over. After that, the others also came over and congratulated Xiaoqing. Becoming a saint. In the past 10 years, there were only a few people who could become a saint, but Xiaoqing had succeeded. Of course, Xiaoqing was able to become a saint not because he was lucky, but because he had made sufficient preparations for the heavenly tribulation. He could have gone through the heavenly tribulation a long time ago, but in order to be absolutely safe, he chose to suppress his cultivation. Suppressing one's cultivation wasn't a bad thing for little Qing. Xiaoqing had followed the old turtle for a long time and received guidance from the old turtle. As the son of the Taihuang, the old turtle had mastered the most powerful techniques of the Dragon Clan, using the supreme great technique to fight against the Taihuang's great path imprint. Xiaoqing knew both himself and his enemy, which gave him a lot of advantages. Did he succeed? In another region of the chaotic world, high up in the sky, a divine palace floated in the chaotic aura. This divine palace was one of the old turtle's palaces. When Shaoqing became a saint, the old turtle sensed it and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The demon clan had another saint, and his disciple had also become a saint. In the next few years, the passages to the chaotic world that appeared in the ancestral lands of the major life forms became more and more unstable. This caused all the cultivators in the chaotic world to feel a sense of pressure. How dare they destroy my demon soul? It's time to settle the score with those people. In a valley in the chaotic world, a demonic figure stood up from a boulder. It was a pale-faced young man with long white hair and a black robe. The young man had a pair of blood-red eyes and demonic aura swirled around him. It was no secret that the demons had entered the chaotic world, but this was the first time that this white-haired demon dared to appear in the chaotic world in broad daylight. Swoosh! The white-haired demon took a step and instantly walked out of the valley, quickly disappearing into the chaotic world. At this time, after several years of preparation, the iron-blood Taoist began his tribulation. The powerful tribulation of a saint was wreaking havoc, and the terrifying power of destruction was vast and mighty. Amidst the endless tribulation lightning, the iron-blood Taoist held the Phoenix Tribulation and fought against it. The Phoenix Tribulation was a divine tool, and the iron-blood Taoist was not a saint. Naturally, he couldn't unleash the true power of the Phoenix Tribulation. However, it was a divine tool after all, and the power it displayed was not weak. It blocked the billions of tribulation lightning outside. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and imprinted themselves in the void around the iron-blood Taoist, sealing the void in this area. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook, and endless tribulation lightning blasted down from the sky, but they were all blocked by the 9 Phoenix patterns. The iron-blood Taoist's goal was simple. He wanted to use the strongest defense, seal the void with the Phoenix patterns, and withstand the saints' tribulation. Out of all the methods of tribulation, this was the safest method. Of course, even the strongest defense was nothing in front of the saints' tribulation. The iron-blood Taoist used all his strength to control the Phoenix Tribulation, and the essence chi in his body continuously poured into the Phoenix Tribulation. Buzz! The Phoenix Tribulation shook, and the waves emitted from the 9 primitive patterns became more and more intense. In the end, the iron-blood Taoist made it through, and the tribulation dissipated. He became a saint. This was the second human cultivator to successfully pass the tribulation after Shaoqing. In the past few years, there were many people who passed the tribulation, but only the iron-blood Taoist succeeded. He Tian, Shaoqing, and the iron-blood Taoist became saints one after another. He Tian left to find what belonged to him. Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist were together with Gu Fei, 3 saints. Even some large sects probably didn't have such power. Just as the iron-blood Taoist became a saint, a demonic shadow appeared at the end of the sky and then quickly moved towards where Gu Fei and the others were. Boom! Without any warning, an endless amount of demonic chi suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire world. A demonic aura that caused all living beings to tremble spread out. It's you. Chapter 2290. The demon lord Ing Tian was reborn in the ancient Buddhist master's hell path. After that, he killed his way out of the hell path and never appeared again. But now, this peerless demon had actually appeared in the chaotic world. Just in time, I was looking for someone to test my strength on. The iron-blood Taoist roared and charged at the demon lord with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The Phoenix Tribulation flickered and 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared. Those were the primordial Tao patterns of the undying phoenix. Each Tao pattern emitted a towering divine fire, turning into a flaming divine phoenix that pounced at the demon lord. Rumble, the powerful sage-level energy, shook the heavens and earth. Half of the sky was enveloped by the divine fire of the phoenix. The void was destroyed by the divine fire. The demonic aura dissipated under the scorching heat of the divine fire, revealing the terrifying and powerful figure within the demonic aura. Humph! The demon lord did not move. He let the divine fire of the phoenix burn his body, causing the demonic aura around him to dissipate rapidly. However, a shocking scene occurred. Even though the demon lord stood within the divine fire of the phoenix, allowing the divine fire to burn him, he was completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were burned. The divine fire of the phoenix was no ordinary fire. Moreover, the Iron Blood Taoist had already become a sage. This was a true saint fire. Even a sage would not dare to let it burn their body. This, the Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. No one knew the might of the Phoenix Tribulation better than him. But now, the saint artifact couldn't even hurt his opponent's demonic body. Even a saint artifact can't hurt him. Could this demon really be the ancestor of all demons? Some of the ancient sages who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate when they saw this scene. Perhaps only the demon ancestor's demonic body couldn't be harmed by a saint artifact. One must know that the demon ancestor was a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme Tao sovereign. The strength of the demon lord's demonic body was unimaginable. Even a saint artifact couldn't hurt him. A mere ant dares to act so impudently before this demon? Scram! The demon lord said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his palm and turned into a demonic dragon that pounced at the Iron Blood Taoist. Boom! The demonic dragon was unstoppable. With a single charge, it shattered the fire phoenix formed by the 9 phoenix Tao patterns. Then it charged towards the Iron Blood Taoist. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist roared angrily and activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand with all his might. The 9 divine Phoenix runes immediately shone with dazzling divine light. A ball of fire rushed out of the Phoenix Tribulation and enveloped him. A powerful force of the immortal Phoenix erupted from Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic dragon slammed into the layer of fire around the Iron Blood Taoist. The Tao patterns formed by countless fire essences dissipated. The Iron Blood Taoist was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away by the impact of the demonic dragon. The layer of fire around him also collapsed, and the powerful force caused him to vomit blood. So powerful! The Iron Blood Taoist's face was pale. He had suffered a great impact. If not for the Phoenix Tribulation blocking most of the power, his body would have been crushed by the demon dragon. He injured a sage with just a single strike. Seeing this result, everyone was dumbfounded. Although the Iron Blood Taoist was a new sage, he was still a sage who lived up to his name. This demon defeated a sage with just a casual attack. This kind of battle prowess caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This demon was much stronger than what they had imagined. Where is the crown prince? Do you dare to come out and fight? The archdevil, Lord Ingtian, swept his gaze across the surroundings. In his eyes, only the crown prince, the old tortoise, was his opponent. No one else could stand a chance. Demon, you're too arrogant, an ancient sage barked. Is that so? The archdevil ancestor, Ingtian, suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void, followed by a miserable scream from afar. What? Everyone's hearts trembled. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the scream, only to see a figure walking over with a person in his hand. That demon! When the crowd saw the person's face, they couldn't help but be shocked. That person was shrouded in devilry. Wasn't that the archdevil Lord Ingtian? The person in Ingtian's hand was a demonic beast saint, a peerless expert of the demonic beast race. However, there was no sign of life coming from this demonic beast saint. The archdevil Lord Ingtian had executed a lightning-fast method, killing a powerful demonic beast saint in an instant. Are you really the Archdevil Lord Ingtian? At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. Following that, an old man wearing tattered battle armor and holding a bronze battle spear walked over from the distance. You're actually still alive. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian was shocked when he saw the old man. Aren't you still alive as well? The old man stopped in front of the Archdevil Lord Ingtian. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian didn't say anything else. He immediately made his move. A torrential devil chi swept out, instantly enveloping the entire sky. It was as if night had descended, and the entire world darkened. Within the surging devil chi, countless demonic figures could be vaguely seen. It was as if an endless demonic realm had been opened, and a horde of demons appeared in the world. It was incomparably terrifying. This person is... By this time, Gu Fei and the rest had already retreated far away. The old man held the bronze battle spear in his hand, exuding a shocking demonic chi. His entire person seemed to have turned into a divine sun, emitting a resplendent golden light. The boundless devil chi that swept towards the old man was repelled by the golden astral chi. A demonic beast race, divine general that once followed the Grand Emperor. Shaoqing said, only he knew the background of this old man who dared to challenge the Archdevil Lord. This old man had an incomparably glorious past. Once followed the Grand Emperor. Gu Fei and the rest were shocked hearing this. This old man had lived for too long. He was actually someone from the same era as the Grand Emperor. No wonder he dared to challenge the Archdevil Lord. It's a pity that I didn't fight with you in the past. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian stared at the old man in front of him. His expression was extremely solemn. This old man's name in the past was enough to shake a devil domain. If it wasn't for the Grand Emperor, this old man had a high chance of becoming a supreme being of the demonic beast race. If it's difficult, then let's fight. The old man shook the bronze spear in his hand and shouted loudly. A peerlessly powerful battle intent instantly erupted from his skinny body. Fight! Chapter 2291. As the battle erupted, the demonic beast ancient divine general took the initiative to attack. He raised the bronze spear in his hand and thrust it at Ingtian. Swoosh! An extremely sharp divine light shot out from the inconspicuous bronze spear, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation. It pierced through the void and pierced through the Archdevil Lord Ingtian's chest in the blink of an eye. A shocking murderous aura burst forth from the thin body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous aura. Buzz! Right at this time, the space in front of the devil, Lord Ingtian, suddenly trembled. 9 devil marks rushed out from his body, intertwining into a devilish diagram, blocking Ingtian's attack. The beam of divine light that shot out from the demonic beast ancient divine general's spear was swallowed by a devil diagram in front of Ingtian. This devil diagram seemed to be connected to the real endless devil domain, terrifying to the extreme. Kill! The demonic beast ancient divine general roared, shaking the heavens and earth. He pressed forward, every step he took causing the world to tremble. So strong! Everyone was dumbfounded. This old man had the great Tao under his feet, as if he could trample through the world at any moment. Like a primordial fiend god, the demonic beast ancient divine general might be old, but his battle prowess was still at its peak. His cultivation was enough to shake the world. This was the old tortoise's foundation. Many of the Grand Sovereign's old subordinates were still alive, and they were all super ancient powerhouses. Ever since the collapse of the great desolate world, the demonic beast races, so-called patriarchs, didn't live up to their names. These old monsters would only listen to one person, the Grand Sovereign. But if one were to ask who else could gather these super ancient powerhouses apart from the Grand Sovereign, it would be the old tortoise. The old tortoise was the Grand Sovereign's son. Such a status was enough to make these super ancient powerhouses listen to him. When the old tortoise made a rallying call, many super ancient powerhouses of the demonic beast race did indeed gather. Boom! The ancient divine general of the monster clan attacked again. This time, with a loud bang, the entire void in front of him exploded and turned into chaos. Ingtian was sent flying into the primal chaos. Very good. The demon ancestor shouted out loudly. He broke through the chaos chi and rushed out. Stretching out his hand, a black, demonic beast appeared in the world and grabbed at the ancient god general of the demon race. 9 demonic patterns appeared on the demonic hand, attracting a powerful demonic power that enveloped the ancient divine general of the demon clan. Large swathes of the void were shattered and obliterated, turning into primal chaos. When the demon ancestor made his move, the heaven and earth collapsed. The destructive aura spread out for 100,000 miles, and everyone was shocked to the extreme. This demon was far stronger than they had imagined. The ancient divine general of the demon clan was also extremely powerful. He soared into the sky and pierced the bronze spear in his hand. He broke through the layers of devil chi and collided with the demonic hand. Boom! The two forces exploded in an instant, and the pitch-black demonic hand exploded. The ancient divine general of the demon clan rushed over with an unstoppable force. Swoosh! The demonic beast ancient god lord swept the bronze battle spear in his hand horizontally, smashing it towards the archdevil lord's head. The battle spear streaked across the void, tearing open a several hundred li-long crack between heaven and earth. Humph! The archdevil Lord Ingtian swung his fist towards the incoming battle spear. When his fist landed on the spear, a powerful force exploded and sent the battle spear flying away. Following that, a demonic eye appeared on the archdevil Lord Ingtian's forehead. A beam of demonic light shot out from the demonic eye, trying to pierce through the ancient divine general's body. The ancient divine general's body suddenly turned blurry, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already dodged to the side, dodging the attack. The battle between two supreme experts caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. The strength displayed by these two experts was way too terrifying. This wasn't the strength an ordinary sage should possess. This demon hasn't fully recovered yet. At this time, Gu Fei noticed something. The archdevil, Lord Ingtian, didn't seem to have recovered to his peak state. Otherwise, this demon would have been able to kill the ancient divine general with a single move. One had to know that even though the ancient divine general of the demon race was strong, he wasn't the supreme being of the demon race. Ingtian's aura! Just as the ancient divine general was fighting the archdevil, Lord Ingtian, in the skies above another part of the primal chaos world, a voice suddenly rang out from a divine palace. Following that, the divine palace moved, flying towards the source of the demonic aura. The appearance of the archdevil Lord Ingtian forced all the human forces to be cautious. Many ancient sages were attracted to the vicinity, wanting to watch the battle. Demonic and demonic energy collided in this part of the world. Even these ancient sages who had been through countless storms and seen many grand scenes couldn't help but be moved. In the end, the two supreme experts fought their way into the primal chaos world, locked in a stalemate. Where's Ingtian? This daddy is coming. Just as the two experts were locked in a fierce battle, a voice came from the horizon. Following that, everyone saw a divine palace flying towards the battlefield. Old Tortoise? Hearing this voice, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. That bastard had finally arrived. It's Master! Standing beside Gu Fei, Shaoqing was overjoyed. The old tortoise had the Tai sovereign seal. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to provoke him. Even against the archdevil Lord Ingtian, he had the strength to fight. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. A divine palace flew towards them from afar and hovered in the air. Runes shimmered around the palace. It was obvious that this divine palace was impressive. There were Tao runes arranged by a supreme expert on it. I wonder if my stinky brat is in there. Gu Zhong was extremely excited. He hadn't seen little fatty Gu Xiaofeng for many years. Now that the old tortoise was here, he would be able to see his son very soon. However, what Gu Zhong didn't know was that his little fatty had already left the divine palace with Yin Gu Fei. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed the presence of Gu Fei's group. Gu Fei led the crowd and soared into the sky. They flew towards the divine palace in the sky and landed in it. Just as Gu Fei's group arrived at the divine palace, the old tortoise personally led a group of subordinates out from the main hall to welcome Gu Fei's group. Old tortoise, you finally showed yourself. The archdevil lord Ying Tian roared in anger. He attacked with all his might. Countless demonic runes weaved in his hands and forced the ancient divine general to retreat. Then he charged towards the divine palace in the sky. Chapter 2292. Ying Tian seemed to have a huge grudge against the old tortoise. The moment the old tortoise arrived, he immediately abandoned the ancient divine general and headed straight for the old tortoise's divine palace. Rumble! Monstrous demonic aura enveloped the heavens and earth like a canopy. It enveloped the entire world and surged towards the divine palace in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. The demon lord's power was truly terrifying. Sages with weaker cultivations found it hard to resist this demonic aura and had no choice but to retreat further away. The demonic aura could trigger a cultivator's inner demons and shake their Tao foundation. Even the ancient sages, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but be moved. You demon, your opponent is me. The ancient divine general roared, and the rumbling sound waves scattered the demonic clouds. He wielded the bronze spear and charged towards the demon lord with a shocking, killing intent. This ancient divine general had once followed the Grand Emperor and lived from the primordial era to the present. His cultivation was so powerful that it made the sages' hearts palpitate. This was an extremely powerful Saint Emperor. Although the Saint Emperors of the demon race couldn't be compared to the human emperor of the human race, they still had the word emperor in their titles. They were supreme experts below the quasi-supremes. 1. The bronze spear in the ancient divine general's hand vibrated. The 9 great Tao markings on the spear were completely awakened and emitted the might of a saint emperor. At this moment, even the ancient sages felt a great pressure. It was as if the bronze spear could shatter the entire world with a light shake. The old divine general's body emitted an invincible aura. What? The demon lord's expression changed. This old demon was much stronger than he had imagined. He had underestimated this old demon. The bronze spear was already behind him in an instant. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon lord Ying Tian roared. The demonic eye on his forehead opened again, and a blood-colored light pierced through the void and shot towards the bronze spear. 1. The blood-colored demonic light contained the demon lord's Tao markings and knocked the bronze spear to the side. The old divine general felt his hand shake, and the bronze spear almost flew out of his hands. This demon, the old divine general, was shocked. His opponent's battle strength had increased by a large margin. Could it be that this demon had been holding back from the beginning? No one knew better than the old, godly general how terrifying the demon ancestor was. After all, he had followed the Grand Emperor to conquer the world and flattened many demon domains. He had killed more than one peerless demon ancestor. Die. The archdevil Lord Ying Tian let out a furious roar. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the devil eye on his forehead. The rays of blood-red light weaved into a blood-red demonic net that enveloped the heavens and earth as it shot towards the old god general. Open! The old divine general shouted. His white hair danced in the wind. 9 primordial demon marks rushed out of his body and sealed the surroundings. Rumble! The void shook, and the old divine general seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart. The chaotic chi around him was vast and mighty, and the 9 demonic marks blocked the blood fiend demonic net that came from all directions. The old divine general wanted to break the demonic net, but the 9 demonic marks also appeared on the demonic net, drawing in a powerful demonic energy that sealed the old divine general. The Grand Emperor is already dead. What's the point of you living? Go to hell. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian said coldly. He descended from the sky, landing on the demonic net. He circulated the demonic arts with all his might, wanting to refine the old divine general to death within the demonic net. Ingtian, you're courting death. At this time, a loud roar came from the divine palace in the sky. Following that, a figure shrouded in demonic chi appeared between the heavens and earth. The silhouette of a dragon emerged from the figure's body, exuding a majestic aura of a true dragon. Hee, did I say something wrong? Ingtian raised his head to look at the figure in the sky and said disdainfully, You dare to say that my father is dead? I'll kill you first. The old tortoise roared in anger. In his heart, the Grand Emperor was a supreme being that could not be blasphemed. He would never die. The old tortoise refused to believe that his father had already fallen. One had to know that the Grand Emperor was the supreme being of the demonic beast race. He was invincible throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had once suppressed the chaos of the demons, annihilating several demons that were causing trouble. He had killed more than one Archdevil Lord. Back then, the Archdevil Lord Ingtian was defeated by the Grand Emperor. When this Ingtian saw that the situation was not in his favor, he disregarded the lives of his clansmen and escaped alone. However, this fellow was truly unlucky. Even though he managed to escape from the Grand Emperor, he met the ancient Buddhist Lord and was nailed to death in the Hell Tao by the ancient Buddhist Lord's Buddhist commandment blade. However, this ferocious devil was not completely dead. After countless years, he came back to life. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian hated the Grand Emperor and the ancient Buddhist Lord. Naturally, he hoped that the Grand Emperor was dead. However, even he did not know if the Grand Emperor was truly dead or not. The great change back then came too suddenly. When the ancient desolate world shattered, all the extreme Daos disappeared. No one knew where these extreme Daos went. Only the ancient sages that survived could guess what had happened. At this time, the old tortoise had already descended from the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A gigantic purple dragon claw grabbed at the Archdevil Lord Ingtian. Swoosh! The devil eye on the forehead of the devil Lord Ingtian opened and closed. This was the devil eye of annihilation, and it possessed immense might. A blood-colored devil light pierced through the void, clashing against the dragon claw that was descending from the sky. PFFF! With a soft sound, the purple dragon claw was pierced through by the blood-colored demonic light. However, just as the Archdevil Lord Ingtian revealed a smug smile, something flew out from the side and smashed into his head. The impact caused his head to spin and his vision to darken. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground. A stream of black blood flowed down from his forehead. He was injured. Roar! The Archdevil Lord Ingtian roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. He could clearly see that the thing that injured him was a fist-sized tortoise shell. You! The Archdevil Lord Ingtian pointed at the old tortoise angrily. He was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He had been ambushed by the other party. That purple dragon claw was just a feint. The true vicious attack was that tortoise shell. You? I couldn't tell that your head was actually this tough. It can't even be smashed apart. The old tortoise chuckled. In his hand was the tortoise shell that injured the Archdevil Lord Ingtian. This was a shell that had fallen off from his body. He had been refining it day and night, and it was close to attaining sentience. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Chapter 2293. Ingtian, you were defeated by my father in the past. Today, you will be defeated by me as well." The old tortoise was incomparably domineering. He punched out, and 9 primordial demonic runes appeared on his fist as he punched towards the incoming blood-colored demonic light. After shattering the demonic light with a single punch, the old tortoise charged towards Ingtion. Ingtion's heart skipped a beat. This son of the Grand Sovereign actually had some traces of the Grand Sovereign's invincible demeanor in the past. This caused him to grit his teeth in anger. That thing of mine has yet to be repaired, and he has the Grand Sovereign seal. The situation is not in my favor. Ingtion felt that something was amiss. There was no need to rush to kill this bastard. Thinking of this, Ingtion leaped into the air and unleashed a supreme killing technique. His body turned into countless demonic shadows that covered the sky as they charged towards the old tortoise. It was as if there were countless devils attacking the old tortoise at the same time. Powerful demonic energy erupted, shattering the void and destroying the heaven and earth. The earth sunk. "I'm going all out." The old tortoise's heart skipped a beat. Then he attacked with all his might. The 9 primordial Tao patterns transformed into terrifying, murderous divine light. As long as one was enveloped by this divine light, the demonic shadows that were pouncing towards them would disappear in the void and become invisible. Not good. At this time, the old tortoise's heart skipped a beat. As if he had thought of something, he dashed towards where Ingtion was. The terrifying killing light spread out, causing the demonic shadows to disappear. As expected, the old tortoise discovered that Ingtion's true body was nowhere to be found. No one knew how Ingtion left. Roar! The old divine general roared in anger. The 9 primordial Tao runes emitted an unprecedentedly strong demonic light. Finally, he broke through the demonic net and rushed out. "Where is Ingtion?" The old divine general's battle intent surged, but no one responded. "This bastard is still as cunning as ever." The old tortoise sighed. He knew very well that Ingtion was afraid of the Grand Sovereign seal in his hand. That was a supreme, demonic weapon forged by the Grand Sovereign. Ingtion's retreat made everyone heave a sigh of relief, but then they felt uneasy. The Archdevil Lord was too powerful. If they were to encounter him, it would be a disaster. The old tortoise had no choice but to return to the Divine Palace and reunite with Gu Fei. The two of them were sworn brothers who had not seen each other for many years. Now that they were reunited, of course, they had endless things to talk about. Old Tortoise set up a banquet to entertain Gu Fei and the others. While Gu Fei was reunited with Old Tortoise, and the little fatty were in big trouble. After parting ways with Old Tortoise, and little fatty went to look for Gu Fei. When they were rushing to the Divine Mountain where Gu Fei was, they accidentally entered a ruin and were trapped by an incomplete formation. Buzz! The ancient cauldron shook, and a divine cauldron floated in the endless array patterns. 2 people stood in the cauldron. One was a fairy dressed in white, and the other was a fair and chubby young man. "Grandmother, what do we do now?" Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng said anxiously. They had been trapped in this broken formation for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still could not break it. Ancient formations are amazing indeed. Yen could not help but sigh. This damaged formation was most likely a killing formation laid down by an extremely powerful saint. Countless years had passed, and the killing formation had become incomplete. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? Little Fatty was still young after all, and he could not hold it in any more. Don't be impatient, Yana said. She was trying to think of a way to break the formation. If only Hei Tian was here. With Hei Tian's ability, it should not be difficult to break the formation. However, Hei Tian had already left, and no one knew where he was. Haha, 2 more idiots have fallen for it. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard from afar. Then a tall figure came from afar. It was an old man with white hair. The old man came to the side of the broken formation and looked at Yen, and little Fatty. When he saw the cauldron, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is the legendary cauldron of myriad medicines. The old man muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, it was enough for Yen and little Fatty to hear. "Who are you?" Yen asked. This person was a saint, and she had to be careful. He was not a kind person. "Who am I?" "Ha!" the old man laughed. "Hurry up and let us go." Little Fatty shouted. This guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. He actually dared to plot against them. Sooner or later, he would teach this guy a lesson. "Hand over everything you have, and maybe I can let you go." The old man stared at the cauldron with a fiery gaze. He really wanted to rush up, snatch the cauldron, and slowly study it. "Funny. Why don't you hand over everything you have and beg me to let you go?" At this time, Yen-er's voice rang out. "You!" The old man was furious. These two really did not know what was good for them. They were already trapped in the killing formation, but they did not seem to be nervous at all. They were still talking and laughing. "Kill." The old man directly activated the killing formation, and the broken formation immediately emitted an even more powerful and terrifying ripple. A terrifying aura of destruction pervaded the air. Rumble, the power of the broken formation, crazily surged towards Yen, and little Fatty, who were trapped in the killing formation, wanting to destroy them completely and make them disappear from the world. "Go!" Yen growled, and 18 poison bodies rushed out from the medicine cauldron, pouncing towards the old man outside the formation. These 18 poison bodies were very dangerous. As long as one was pounced on by these 18 poison bodies, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of one's body and soul, leaving nothing behind. The old man seemed to be very shocked. Could this cauldron really be the ancient cauldron of the legends? It could actually condense 18 poison bodies. The old man quickly retreated, dodging the 18 poison bodies that were pouncing towards him. At this time, Yen-er was using the power of the immortal Tao in her body with all her might. The medicine cauldron was shaking, and the 9 primordial demon patterns were intertwined, causing the power of the great Tao to be boundless. The 18 poison bodies became much more condensed, as if they were about to walk out from the void. Every single poison body gave off peerlessly powerful energy waves. Buzz! The ancient cauldron vibrated, and circles of transparent ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron was moving slowly, and Yen wanted to force her way out. The medicine cauldron was not an ordinary saint weapon. Although the damaged saint-level formation was terrifying, it could not hurt Yen and the others. You want to get out? Dream on. Chapter 2294. Yen and little Fatty had accidentally barged into an incomplete saint class formation and met with great danger. An ancient saint who could actually control the incomplete formation appeared and wanted to kill Yen and little Fatty. "Don't waste your energy. You guys won't be able to get out," the old man shouted. At this moment, the old man displayed his terrifying attainments in the art of formations. Controlling the incomplete saint class formation, he gathered boundless saint energy. Dragons appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing towards the cauldron of myriad medicines. The aura of the true dragons was vast and mighty, as though there were 18 true dragons appearing in the world. The entire heaven and earth trembled as boundless chaotic chi was triggered. Yenna was taken aback. She felt that something was wrong. This old man was extremely strong, even though it was only an incomplete formation. Under the control of this old man, it was able to display such terrifying might. This. Seeing this, little Fatty's face turned pale, not knowing what to do. If Yen couldn't handle it, he would die as well. Rumble! The 18 chaos dragons collided with the cauldron of myriad medicines. Even though the 18 poison clones were strong, they were still dispersed by the power of the Chaos Dragons. The cauldron of myriad medicines was forced back to the center of the formation. Boundless formation runes appeared in the air, emitting a power that could cause even saints to feel despair. Yen, who was in the cauldron, was fine. However, little Fatty was crying out in pain. The powerful force caused him to roll around in the cauldron, causing his head to bleed. This is preposterous. Yenner was enraged. She took control of the ancient cauldron, and countless Tao runes appeared on it. The 18 poison clones appeared once more as a monstrous poison mist gushed out of the cauldron. At this moment, the cauldron of myriad medicines turned into the cauldron of myriad poisons. This ancient cauldron could save people, but it could also kill people. The poison of this cauldron was enough to poison even saints. It's really that cauldron. The old man was shocked. At this moment, the 18 poison clones rushed towards him with a monstrous poison mist. This black poison mist could corrode the formation runes. After coming into contact with this poison mist, the formation runes began to dim. The 18 chaos dragons were instantly devoured by the poison mist and dissipated in the air. This poison mist seemed to be able to devour everything. What a potent poison! The old man was visibly moved. This myriad medicine universe cauldron was truly frightening. Even ancient saints would have to retreat before this cauldron poison, not daring to come into contact with it. Shwa. The old man immediately retreated. The broken formation was collapsing, and the formation patterns were being destroyed by the poison of the cauldron. The divine nature was completely lost, and this caused the old man's heart to pound in fear. Although this was an incomplete formation, under his control he could make up for its deficiencies and bring out its true power. The old man had used this array to kill many people. However, this time, the old man's wishful thinking was wrong. He never thought that Yen would have such an ancient cauldron. Kill! Yen Er's voice rang out from within the poisonous mist. The 18 poisonous clones chased after the old man. Everywhere they passed, the poisonous mist churned. It was as if even the space around them was going to be corroded. With the incomplete formation destroyed, the old man lost his support and immediately turned to flee. Although he was an ancient sage, his skills were all in the field of formations. When he fought against others, he would also use the power of formations. But right now, his opponent had an ancient cauldron that could emit a terrifying poisonous fog. This was his nemesis. Trying to escape? Yenner sneered. The speed of the 18 poisonous clones was extremely fast. In a flash, they had already caught up to the old man and pounced towards him. Roar! The old man was terrified to the extreme. He roared and used his escape technique with all his might, wanting to escape. He tore apart the void, wanting to rush into the primal chaos void. However, it was already too late. One of the 18 poison clones fiercely pounced onto the old man's body before disappearing into his body. In the next moment, the old man fell from the sky. This! The tables had turned so quickly that little Fatty was extremely shocked. Only now did he know how terrifying the poisonous mist emitted from the ancient cauldron was. The old man fell to the ground. His entire body was emitting black smoke. His cultivation base was almost completely devoured by the poisonous clones. His essence was quickly drained, and he turned into a dried-up corpse. At this moment, the poisonous mist quickly retreated and entered the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron. After doing all this, Yenna let out a sigh of relief. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Her face was extremely pale, and her body swayed, almost falling to the ground. In order to break the formation, Yenner did not hesitate to use the killing technique of the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron at the risk of damaging her vitality. Only then did she break out of the formation and kill the old man. Grand teacher, you, Little Fatty was shocked to see blood seeping from the corner of Yenner's mouth. "I'm fine," Yenna said. She directly sat down in the cauldron and used her mysterious technique to recover her vitality. Little Fatty did not dare to disturb Yen. He obediently stood guard at the side. He knew that Yen had paid a great price to break the formation. It would be very difficult for her to recover her vitality in a short period of time. Just as Yen broke free, Gu Fei and the old tortoise arrived at the divine mountain. Xiaoqing's successful tribulation made the old tortoise overjoyed. The Iron-Blood Taoist success also greatly increased Gu Fei's strength. But at this time, the passageways into the chaotic world became more and more unstable. Many people had already left this side of the world. Once the passageways disappeared, they would be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. They would only be able to leave after 10,000 years. No one was willing to stay in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. At this time, some major powers also began to leave this part of the chaotic world. More and more people underwent their tribulations. Everyone wanted to become saints, but the reality was very cruel. Countless people underwent their tribulations, but only a few succeeded. Failing the tribulation meant death. No one knew how many people had fallen in this chaotic world in the past decade. However, the temptation of becoming a saint was too great. It was enough to gamble with one's life. At this time, Gu Zhong and the Crimson Dragon were making their final preparations. They did not want to miss this opportunity to become saints. At the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Zhong sat on a large boulder. The aura of the great Tao curled around his body. 9 dazzling golden runes appeared on his body, drawing in the true power of the great Tao. When will the tribulation come? Gu Zhong asked himself. He was about to face the terrifying tribulation of the saint. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. It should be known that if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. On the mountainside, the Crimson Dragon sat under a large tree. He operated his demonic power and carefully sensed the 9 blurry runes that he had condensed. The aura of the great Tao curled around the Crimson Dragon's body. The 9 blurry primordial runes exuded a terrifying divine aura. The Crimson Dragon was a demonic beast. This surprised the old turtle. He did not expect a member of the demonic beast race to undergo the tribulation. If the Crimson Dragon could succeed, then the strength of the demonic beast race would increase greatly. However, not everyone was happy to see a member of the demonic beast race become a saint. This was especially true for the enemies in the heaven realm. In these years, the old turtle had fought everywhere and offended many people. Although the Crimson Dragon was a flood dragon, he was still a true dragon. A trace of true dragon blood flowed in his body. In fact, the fire Qilin Balan's cultivation had also reached the point where he could break through to the saint level. However, Balan was not in a hurry. If he was too impatient, he would often fail. Balan did not want to take the risk. However, Gu Zhong and the Crimson Dragon were different. They did not want to miss this opportunity. They would rather take the risk and give it a try. If they failed, they would have nothing to say. Boom! Just as the Crimson Dragon entered a state of cultivation, an extremely powerful heavenly might descended from the sky. At the peak of the divine mountain, someone had triggered the tribulation of a saint. In the end, he was still one step faster. The Crimson Dragon shook his head with a wry smile. The person at the peak of the divine mountain was his eldest brother, Gu Zhong. At this time, a mass of tribulation clouds appeared above the divine mountain. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds. The clouds quickly spread and eventually enveloped the sky within a radius of 1,000 miles. Someone triggered the tribulation of a saint again. The cultivators nearby were startled. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. At the peak of the divine mountain, a man in white was facing the lightning tribulation alone. That's Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. I didn't think that even his cultivation had reached this level. Someone recognized Gu Zhong's background. Gu Fei's disciple. Someone was incomparably shocked. One should know that Gu Fei's name had already spread far and wide. That was a reputation that he earned with his fists. No one dared to look down on him. Come. At the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Zhong stood up from the boulder. He then raised his head and stared at the vast tribulation clouds in the sky without any fear. On the contrary, Gu Zhong's battle intent was like a rainbow. Madness could be seen in his eyes. This was the tribulation of a saint. If he could survive it, he would become a saint monster. The tribulation erupted. Shocking divine light shot down from the sky, all of it blasting towards Gu Zhong, who was on the peak. Bang! Gu Zhong directly punched out. Dazzling golden light bloomed. The powerful fist energy directly dispersed the terrifying divine light descending from the sky. At the same time, Gu Zhong soared into the sky and actually rushed into the tribulation clouds. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. Even the old tortoise was shocked. Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. The method of their lineage to pass the tribulation was somewhat different. They treated the tribulation as an opponent in a battle. Only by killing the opponent could they survive. Only by stepping on the tribulation could they become saints. Gu Zhong did the same thing as Gu Fei. He also rushed into the tribulation clouds and fought against the tribulation of a saint. Such an action directly stunned everyone. Chapter 2295. Gu Zhong was a martialist, so his sage, heavenly tribulation was bound to be terrifying. After all, he had walked the path of attaining the Tao through strength, which was the most difficult path. Since ancient times, there had only been one person who had attained supremacy through strength, the martial ancestor. Apart from the martial ancestor, there had never been another supremacy who had attained supremacy through strength. Both the Buddhist sects and the Taoist sects had body-tempering techniques, but they were nothing compared to the supreme martial path created by the martial ancestor. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were watching Gu Fei, who was in the tribulation clouds. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist was already clasped in Gu Fei's hand. An extremely weak aura of the supreme great path was also emitted from the old tortoise's glabella. For others, there would only be one outcome if they failed to transcend the tribulation, which was the destruction of their body and soul. However, Gu Zhong would survive even if he failed. This was not because his physique was heaven-defying and he could survive the heavenly tribulation, but because he had a good master who happened to possess a supreme, great path sacred weapon. Others would not have been so lucky. Even an Empyrean sage protector would not be able to save someone who had failed to transcend the tribulation. This was because only a supreme great path sacred weapon could disperse the sage heavenly tribulation and allow someone who had failed to transcend the tribulation to survive. In the current great era, no one could invite an Empyrean sage protector, but a supreme great path sacred weapon that had been passed down had such power. The methods of the ancient families that had produced supremacies in the past were unimaginable. The disciples of these ancient families had a higher chance of becoming sages than ordinary cultivators. Rumble, deafening noises were constantly heard from within the tribulation clouds as huge bolts of lightning the size of mountains flashed in the clouds. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Zhong was indeed sitting cross-legged within the tribulation clouds, allowing the endless lightning to engulf him. He was using the power of the tribulation lightning to temper his body. Gu Zhong made good use of the tribulation lightning that others avoided. The heavenly tribulation lightning could transform one's martial body more thoroughly and make it more powerful. Countless bolts of lightning swam around his body, crackling and exploding. Inside his body, there were also countless little snake-like bolts of lightning darting about. Gu Zhong's martial body had already transformed to a powerful degree. His entire body had turned golden, as if it was made of metal essence. 9 dazzling, primordial Tao patterns were imprinted on the golden skeleton. These 9 Tao patterns were still blurry and had yet to take shape. Under the tempering of the tribulation lightning, the fragments of the great path that the tribulation lightning brought were captured by Guzhong. Then they turned into the divine light of the great path and were absorbed and devoured by the 9 primordial patterns. The 9 golden primordial Tao patterns gradually became clearer. Guzhong cultivated the metal element martial body. This kind of martial body was extremely strong. Once it was cultivated to the large success realm, it would be much stronger and more terrifying than the indestructible body. Guzhong's muscles and bones were rumbling. The metal elemental power in his body was surging, transforming into the power of the divine path. This kid is not bad. The old tortoise couldn't help but nod when he saw Guzhong's transformation within the tribulation clouds. Up until now, Guzhong was still at ease and hadn't encountered any danger. Of course my disciple is not bad. I don't need you to tell me that. Gu Fei said with some pride. Guzhong was his eldest disciple, and the disciple he was most proud of. It was only a matter of time before Guzhong became a saint. He was very confident in Guzhong. He be happy. My disciple is definitely not worse than your disciple, the old tortoise said disapprovingly. Shaoqing was really outstanding. He became a saint earlier than Guzhong. In the old tortoise's opinion, Shaoqing was even more outstanding than Guzhong. Is that so? We'll only know after we fight. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said, Very well, then let's arrange a time for them to fight. The old tortoise said. Gu Fei smiled and said, Let's wait until Guzhong passes the tribulation successfully. All right. The old tortoise nodded. The most important thing now was for Guzhong to pass the tribulation. If Guzhong succeeded, there would be 2 martial saints in the human realm. Martial saints were synonymous with absolute power even in the great desolate world. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, so he naturally knew many secrets. During the era of the Tai Huang Emperor, the bloodline of the martial ancestor was not severed. The old tortoise once fought with a martial saint for a day and a night without a clear winner. It was still uncertain if Shaoqing could defeat Guzhong after passing the tribulation. Time passed. The momentum of Guzhong's tribulation was too great. It was impossible for it not to startle people. Many ancient saints started to move around in the vicinity. No one dared to attack Guzhong, especially those ancient saints from the heaven realm. They could feel the aura of the old tortoise. The person undergoing the tribulation actually invited the old tortoise to protect him. Those who knew about the relationship between Guzhong and Gu Fei did not dare to do anything. One should know that Guzhong's master was a ruthless person. Be it the ancient saints from the soaring dragon ancestral star or the Buzhou ancestral star, none of them wanted to provoke this malefic star. Behind Gu Fei and the old tortoise stood several saints. This was a powerful force that could wipe out an ancestral star. They were not weaker than any of the super forces. At this time, Guzhong no longer allowed the tribulation lightning to strike him. This was because the great Tao imprints of the experts who achieved the Tao before him had begun to descend. Kill! Without any hesitation, Guzhong directly fought against the human-shaped lightning that descended from the sky. Yi Fuqian's imprints of the Great Path turned into human-shaped lightning that attacked Guzhong relentlessly. Everyone watched this scene nervously. This was the most dangerous moment. Gu Fei had experienced it before. He knew very well that Guzhong's body and soul would be destroyed by the human-shaped lightning if he was not careful. Is that father? At this time, on a mountain more than 100,000 miles away, a white-robed woman and a fair and chubby little fatty stood. These 2 people were Yan and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng. It's Guzhong! Yan frowned. Someone was undergoing tribulation more than 100,000 miles away. The powerful aura actually spread over 100,000 miles, which shocked even her. The little fatty had been away from home for many years, but he was still very familiar with his father's aura. Gu Zhong cultivated the metal martial body, which was different from the others. It's him. In another region, in a valley, an extremely shocked voice was heard. Calm down, don't be distracted. At this time, an incomparably old voice was heard from the valley. Chapter 2296. Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation shook everything. His powerful aura spread across hundreds of thousands of miles. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This kind of aura was too great. At this time, Gu Zhong faced his greatest crisis. The humanoid lightning descended and wanted to kill him. Gu Zhong was in a frenzy of killing, and it was unknown how many humanoid lightning bolts he had destroyed. However, when the last humanoid lightning bolt appeared, he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Gu Zhong's voice trembled. He was extremely excited. He was extremely familiar with the aura emitted by this humanoid lightning. At this moment, Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the last humanoid lightning was actually Gu Fei, Master's great Tao imprint. Gu Zhong was still brimming with battle intent, but the last humanoid lightning was actually Gu Fei. This caused his heart to tremble. It must be known that this was Gu Fei's great Tao brand that was imprinted by the heavenly Tao. Not everyone who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation would leave a great Tao imprint on the heavenly Tao. Only the strongest people were qualified to be remembered by the heavenly Tao. Don't worry. Just when Gu Zhong was hesitating, Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang in his mind. This made Gu Zhong's spirit rise. The fighting spirit emitted from his body became even stronger. Bang! Gu Zhong directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The golden palm instantly covered the heaven and earth and slapped towards the humanoid lightning. A powerful metal elemental power spread out from the golden palm. Rumble! The golden palm was like a huge mountain that pressed towards the humanoid lightning. On the golden palm, there were 9 blurry, golden Tao patterns faintly visible. A powerful saint-level aura spread out from the golden palm. Bang! The void shook. The humanoid lightning in front of Gu Zhong also directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. Endless lightning condensed into a huge hand that met Gu Zhong's golden palm. There was no longer any doubt that this humanoid lightning was really evolved from the great Tao imprint of Gu Zhong's master, Gu Fei. How interesting! The old tortoise could not help but smile at this scene. He had never heard of such a thing happening since ancient times. A disciple wanted to become a sage, but the opponent he had to defeat was the Taoist body formed by the imprint of his master's great way. This is unbelievable. The ancient sages were also able to tell what was going on, and they were equally shocked. Boom! At this moment, the 2 gigantic palms collided fiercely. A powerful force spread out, causing the void to collapse, forming a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. The huge hand formed by the power of tribulation, lightning, smashed Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand like a hot knife through butter, and continued to slam down on Gu Zhong. The powerful force made Gu Zhong almost unable to breathe. Swish! Gu Zhong used his extreme speed 8 steps and immediately rushed out from under the large hand, dodging the calamity. That gigantic hand directly pierced through the place where Gu Zhong was originally standing. Even the primal chaos chi was forced out. Its might was extremely strong. The human-shaped lightning also used its 8 steps extreme speed to chase after it. Preposterous! Gu Zhong felt a great threat. This human-shaped lightning was like Gu Fei himself. Wanting to defeat Gu Fei at this stage was definitely not an easy task. For Gu Zhong, this was a test. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. The human-shaped lightning could also use the great techniques that Gu Fei had mastered, and all kinds of martial arts and battle techniques emerged one after another, causing Gu Zhong to constantly vomit blood and retreat. This doesn't look good. The old tortoise saw this scene and muttered to himself. The current situation was very unfavorable for Guzhong. It should be known that that was the imprint of Gu Fei's great way. Even if their cultivation levels were the same, Guzhong might not be a match for Gu Fei. Bang! Guzhong was once again sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. This time his martial body suffered a great impact and his chest caved in. Die! He continued to press forward, attacking the humanoid lightning. Guzhong's invincible self-confidence was not something that could be mastered overnight. Even in the chaotic times where heroes rose up, there were not many people who had such an aura. He was sent flying again and again, but Guzhong never gave up. He was sent flying again and again. In the end, even he himself could not remember how many times he was sent flying. Buzz! Just when Guzhong felt that he could not hold on any longer, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 9 primal Tao patterns had finally formed. An extremely powerful metal element power spread out, and the human-shaped lightning was sent flying. The moment the 9 primal Tao patterns formed, a peerless and powerful saint aura erupted from Guzhong's body. He had already stepped into the saint realm, but the heavenly tribulation was still wreaking havoc. Heaven covering palm! Guzhong shouted, and once again used the heaven covering palm. The 9 primal Tao patterns appeared on his hand, and together with the heaven covering palm, they pressed forward. This time, the human-shaped lightning retreated. The real 9 primal Tao patterns could destroy everything, and they could even destroy the great Tao imprint. After the 9 primal Tao patterns formed, Guzhong's disadvantage was reversed. He was already a powerful saint realm creature. As long as the heavenly tribulation dispersed, he would become a true saint. The human-shaped lightning formed by Gu Fei's great Tao imprint was finally destroyed by Guzhong, and then returned to the heavenly Tao. Guzhong succeeded. If the news that 2 martial saints had appeared in the human world were to spread out, the whole human world would be in an uproar. The martial saint was almost a legendary existence. Since the destruction of the untainted land, there had been no trace of such an expert. The tribulation clouds gradually dispersed, and the terrifying destructive aura also dissipated in the void, as if it had never appeared. Master, I succeeded. Guzhong took a step forward, and instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei. He said to Gu Fei with incomparable excitement. Haha, Gu Fei laughed heartily. Guzhong's success in overcoming the tribulation meant that there was one more martial saint among them. This greatly increased Gu Fei's power. At this time, besides Gu Fei, there were also Ji Chongkong, Iron Blood Taoist, and Shaoqing, who successfully became martial saints. If He Tian came back, Gu Fei would have 4 saints under him. This kind of power was enough to sweep away the ancestral star. Even if he returned to the Tonglong continent, he would not need to fear anyone. Very good. Gu Fei patted Guzhong's shoulder and said, he rarely praised people, but if he did, then that person was definitely a genius in some aspect. Guzhong was very clear about Gu Fei's temperament, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chapter 2297. Guzhong's heavenly tribulation was thrilling. In the end, even the seal that Gu Fei left on the heavenly path transformed into a human-shaped lightning and fought with Guzhong. The human-shaped lightning formed by Gu Fei's seal was extremely terrifying. It was as though Gu Fei had personally taken action. However, it was just a seal after all. Even so, Guzhong was in great danger. Gu Fei almost took action to disperse the heavenly tribulation. He could not just watch Guzhong die in front of him. However, he did not take action in the end. Guzhong successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a martial sage. Guzhong was the 2nd martial sage in the world. He became a martial sage through martial arts. This meant that he was destined to be the strongest among the martial sages. It was not a lie to say that a martial sage was invincible among his peers. Congratulations on becoming a martial sage, senior brother. Everyone gathered in the old tortoise's divine palace. The old tortoise used the flesh of many sacred beasts to prepare a table of sumptuous delicacies to celebrate Gu Zhong's ascension. Only the old tortoise could be so generous. What's that? The legendary fire phoenix wings? The divine bear paw from the heavenly snow mountain, and the golden dragon carp from the depths of the Wuji spiritual lake. Shaoqing and the others exclaimed. Even when he became a martial sage, his master did not hold such a banquet to celebrate him. He was a little jealous of Gu Zhong. These were the flesh of sacred beasts that the old tortoise collected when he was fighting in the heaven realm. He was very greedy and often ate the flesh of sacred beasts. The fire phoenix wings were not the wings of the real divine beast fire phoenix. They were the wings of a divine bird with the fire phoenix bloodline. However, the divine bear on the heavenly snow mountain was a real, pure-blooded divine beast. It was extremely powerful, but it was still killed by the old tortoise's Tai Huang seal. The Wuji spiritual lake was also a forbidden area in the heaven realm. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter. There were powerful creatures living in the spiritual lake. Even a sage-to-be would die if they entered. However, such a dangerous place was leveled by the old tortoise. The reason was simple. He liked to eat the golden dragon carp that only grew in the spiritual lake. This was a grand banquet. Inside the divine palace, everyone celebrated for 4 hours before dispersing. Master, I want to leave for a while. Gu Fei and his disciple stood at the highest point of the divine palace, overlooking the chaotic land below. Gu Zhong said such words. He had become a saint, and there was one thing he had to do. You want to? Gu Fei could guess what Gu Zhong wanted to do. Gu Zhong wanted to return to the Tonglong continent. His roots were in the Tonglong continent. The Gu family in the Sorcerer Land was his roots in the ancestral star of the Tonglong continent. Go ahead, Gu Fei said. He used to have roots in the Tonglong continent, but now he was a bit confused. Where was his roots? Perhaps he was a person without roots. Rebuilding the supreme profound sect had always been Gu Fei's wish. Ever since he met Li Lingfeng, he felt that his wish could be realized. Yes. Gu Zhong nodded. He was a decisive person. Since he had decided to leave, he would leave immediately. He did not want to alarm anyone. Remember, when you return to the ancestral star of the Tonglong continent, don't have any scruples. Kill those who deserve it, Gu Fei said as Gu Zhong turned around. Disciple will remember. Gu Zhong bowed to Gu Fei, then turned around and left. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment he felt his blood boiling. The ancestral star of the Tonglong continent was definitely not peaceful right now. After Gu Zhong left, Gu Fei stood at the peak of the divine palace. A cool breeze caressed his face, and his hair fluttered behind him. After a while he came back to his senses. That kid is gone. Just as Gu Fei was about to jump down from the top of the divine palace, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Fei turned around and saw that the old tortoise had already arrived at the top of the divine palace, holding a jar of celestial wine in one hand and 2 jade bowls in the other. He walked towards Gu Fei. Come, have a few bowls with me. The old tortoise seemed to have something on his mind. What's wrong? You're pretending to be profound now. Gu Fei had never seen this side of the old tortoise. Ever since he met the old tortoise, it had been unreliable and always acted as if it was a game. Sigh. The old tortoise came to Gu Fei's side and sat down. Then he placed the jade bowls next to him, opened the seal of the jar, and filled the 2 jade bowls to the brim. A rich aroma of wine immediately spread out. This was the fallen immortal, the old tortoise's treasured immortal brew. It was the immortal brew that he had stolen from an old winesage when he was roaming the untainted land. Because of this, the old winesage had chased the old tortoise for 100,000 miles and almost caught him. The fallen immortal, even gods would faint from the smell. This is the best immortal brew I've ever tasted. The old tortoise picked up the jade bowl and drained it in one gulp. At this time, Gu Fei also sat down, picked up the jade bowl, and drained the immortal brew in one gulp. Chaos is coming. I'm afraid that these days of drinking and singing are gone forever. The old tortoise sighed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, "Why do you say that? Could it be that someone with your abilities can still do anything to you?" Hee, although I didn't experience the calamity back then, I can guess that even an extreme grade supreme isn't immortal. There's a chance that they could fall. The old tortoise was the Grand Emperor's son, so he naturally knew many secrets. What was the great chaos back then? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken. It was such a terrifying calamity that even an extreme grade supreme couldn't escape. It was truly unbelievable. I'm not too sure either. Back then, I was captured by one of my father's enemies and was trapped in an ultimate formation. I managed to escape the calamity. When he was captured, the great chaos had yet to erupt. However, there were already signs that the Grand Emperor was already preparing to deal with it. Perhaps it has something to do with the demons. The old tortoise thought for a moment and then said, "It has something to do with the demons." Gu Fei was startled. Then this time it has something to do with the demons as well. The chaos on the soaring dragon ancestral star seemed to be caused by the demons as well. The archdevil ancestoring Tian was wreaking havoc everywhere, and there was also the phantom demon that hadn't been in trouble recently. My father once told me that the demons are the source of all chaos. The old tortoise continued to pour himself a cup of wine. He revealed many secrets, and this was the first time he had told anyone about them. The more Gu Fei listened, the more apprehensive he became. The Grand Emperor said that the demons were the source of all chaos. What did that mean? Could it be that everything was caused by the demons? Chapter 2298. The old tortoise told Gu Fei many secrets on the roof of the divine palace. After that, the two returned to their respective residences in the divine palace. Gu Fei was shocked. He learned something shocking from the old tortoise. The destruction of the ancient world might have something to do with the demons. The demons might really be the source of chaos. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He sat on the jade bed and circulated his mystic art. Soon, he entered an ethereal state of cultivation. He was still half a step away from the Sage King realm. He could feel that his cultivation was about to break through and become a powerful Sage King. The others were also cultivating hard. This might be their last chance. The spatial passageway to the chaotic world had become unstable. No one knew how long it would take for the passageway to close. However, once the passageway to the chaotic world was closed, everyone would be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years, especially those great perfection quasi-saints. They knew that time waits for no man. If they missed this chance, they might never have the chance to become a sage again. Rumble! In a certain region of the chaotic world, the heavens and earth shook. A chaotic light pillar was constantly dissipating, and the chaotic spiritual light kept fusing with the surrounding void. What's going on? Is the chaotic passageway about to close? Many figures appeared around the chaotic passageway. From time to time, someone would soar into the sky and enter the chaotic passageway, disappearing into the chaotic spiritual light. The Kunlun ancestral star's passageway is about to close. Someone spread the news. Kunlun ancestral star. At this time, Gu Fei also received the news that the passageway to the chaotic world was about to close. This made Gu Fei recall some of the things that happened in Kunlun ancestral star. He was just a passerby to Kunlun ancestral star. Kunlun is not ordinary. The old tortoise said in the divine palace. Among the 5 great ancestral stars of the human realm, the most chaotic one was the soaring dragon star. The oldest one was Kunlun. Legend has it that Kunlun ancestral star had existed since ancient times. I've been to that ancestral star before. There are no cultivators there anymore. Gu Fei said, "When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Could it be that even the ancestral star of Kunlun will die?" Old Tortoise could not help but mutter to himself after hearing Gu Fei's words. This was an ancestral planet that had existed since the mythological era. "Let's go take a look," Gu Fei said and stood up. "It's good to go and take a look," Old Tortoise said. The closing of the primal chaos passageway was no small matter. Perhaps something could be seen. Gu Fei then left the divine palace. The old tortoise did not go with him. He wanted to stay here and guard the divine palace. One must know that there were many people who had their eyes on him. However, although Old Tortoise did not go, Shaoqing left the divine palace with Gu Fei. The Iron Blood Taoist, Ji Changkong, and the others all wanted to go, but Gu Fei didn't allow it. One had to know that the Crimson Dragon, Zhonglimeng, and the others were all cultivating, and the Iron Blood Taoist, and the others had to protect them. Gu Fei only brought Shaoqing and headed towards the primal chaos passageway that led to the ancestral star of Kunlun. Before Gu Fei and Shaoqing left, many ancient saints had already appeared near the primal chaos passageway. These ancient saints were alarmed. What's going on? Is this a sign that the spatial passageway is closing? An ancient saint muttered, "There seems to be something strange over at the ancestral star of Kunlun." An ancient saint sensed a subtle fluctuation coming from the other side of the primal chaos passageway. At this time, the cultivators who entered the chaotic world from the ancestral star of Kunlun began to retreat. They had no choice but to leave. Once the spatial passageway closed, they would not be able to leave. Swish! A fiery light came from afar. A powerful fire elemental energy was surging. Within the fiery light was a black-bearded Taoist in a Taoist robe. Grand Completion, Quasi-Saint. Those ancient saints who were closely observing the surroundings of the primal chaos passageway were shocked when they saw someone arriving. This was an expert who had one foot in the sage realm. On the primal chaos passageway, the primal chaos spiritual light was constantly dissipating. Without any hesitation, that middle-aged Taoist entered the primal chaos passageway and disappeared within the spiritual light. Such a character is actually willing to retreat. Everyone was surprised. One must know that this was a grand completion quasi-saint. He had one foot in the sage realm. If he were to leave just like that, it would mean that he had lost his only chance to become a sage. When that middle-aged Taoist entered the primal chaos passageway, Gu Fei and Shaoqing happened to arrive and saw this scene. There's actually such a character in the ancestral star of Kunlun. Gu Fei was shocked. Back when he was in the ancestral star of Kunlun, he did not notice such an existence. Where did these people hide? Could it be that there's a heavenly grotto heaven in the ancestral star of Kunlun? There weren't many cultivators from the ancestral star of Kunlun. After an hour, only 5 cultivators entered the primal chaos passageway and left the chaotic world. Has Kunlun truly declined completely? An ancient city said something like this. Rumble! The primal chaos passageway was shaking. The chaotic energy that formed the passageway was constantly turning into chaotic spiritual light and dissipating in the void. It seemed like the passageway would collapse at any time. What's going on? Something doesn't seem right. Gu Fei stared at the primal chaos passageway with a solemn expression. Big brother, what should we do? Shaoqing also felt uneasy. Let's wait and see, Gu Fei said. He was very cautious and was not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that those ancient sages in the dark should have also sensed the aura coming from the other end of the primal chaos passageway. As expected, some of the ancient sages couldn't sit still anymore. Swish! A figure radiating golden light appeared in front of the primal chaos passageway. This was an expert that cultivated metal elemental immortal force. Golden light rose from his body, making him look like a dazzling golden fireball. Ancient sage. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that person. That ancient sage hesitated for a moment, then walked into the primal chaos passageway and disappeared inside. Everyone was waiting. There was no one who could kill someone as powerful as the ancient saints without anyone noticing. Only a supreme being could accomplish such a feat soon. A furious roar came from the primal chaos passageway. The voice was filled with unwillingness. Soon, the spatial communication channel calmed down. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. That was an ancient sage. No one thought that even an ancient sage would fall in the primal chaos passageway. For a moment, no one dared to enter the primal chaos passageway anymore. At this time, even the cultivators from the ancestral star of Kunlun didn't dare to enter the primal chaos passageway anymore. A faint smell of blood came from the primal chaos passageway. Chapter 2299. The fact that the chaos passageway leading to the Kunlun ancestral star was about to close had shocked everyone. Many ancient saints had personally come to see what was going on. However, an Empyrean saint had actually perished after entering the primordial chaos passageway. This left the super old-timers completely shaken. What was happening on the other side of the primal chaos passageway? Even an ancient saint was about to fall. Could it be that the ancient devils had come out? The ancestral star of Kunlun was filled with countless legends. It was an ancestral land that existed since the ancient mythological era. It was once a glorious place where a celestial ancestor, Fushi, walked out. The other supremes had once manifested their dharma bodies in Kunlun and passed down their teachings. This was enough to prove that Kunlun ancestral star was extraordinary. It was a place where the supreme beings had left their footprints, and there were countless secrets that were unknown to the world. Did something happen in the Kunlun realm? An ancient sage said, "Could it be that a peerless demon lord has appeared? Otherwise, how could even an ancient sage fall?" Someone said, "Only a peerless demon comparable to a Run Huang could kill an ancient saint." It should be noted that every ancient saint had lived for countless years, and ordinary saints could not compare. Some ancient sages were even sage kings or sage emperors. They were all extremely powerful. Even ancient saints were about to fall, so no one dared to act blindly without thinking. There was definitely a great vicious being on the other side of the primal chaos passage, an unknown, exceptional expert blocking that place. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel a powerful, devilish aura coming from the other end of the chaos tunnel. That aura was no weaker than the archdevil, Lord Ingtian. It really is the birth of the demon ancestor. Gu Fei muttered to himself, "Demon ancestor can't be." Shaoqing was extremely shocked. The demon ancestor was the legendary, unparalleled demon. He had followed Old Tortoise for so long, so he naturally knew what kind of existence the demon ancestor was. The birth of the demon ancestor was no small matter. Rumble! The primal chaos passageway was shaking. The primal chaos divine light was like a rain of primal chaos light, spreading out from the top of the primal chaos passageway. Could it be that this chaotic passageway that connects the three realms and the six Daos was actually constructed by humans? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was really the case, then it would really be a shocking amount of money. At this time, none of the cultivators from the Kunlun ancestral star dared to enter the chaos passageway, knowing that they would die. Who would dare to enter it? Those are cultivators from Kunlun Mountain. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from a few Kunlun cultivators. Back then, he had come into contact with the cultivators from the Kunlun Immortal Mountain on the ancestral planet. "I'll go take a look." Gu Fei looked at the chaotic channel ahead and pondered for a moment before saying, "What?" Shaoqing was shocked. "Big brother, isn't this too risky? If there really is a demon ancestor at the other end of the passageway, you will be in danger too." Shaoqing disapproved of Gu Fei taking the risk because it was not worth it. In his opinion, they should not interfere in the matters of Kunlun ancestral star if they could. It doesn't matter. So what if it's the demon ancestor? Although I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with an expert of this level, I still have the ability to survive under the hands of the demon ancestor. Gu Fei was very confident. The trump cards in his hands were enough for him to face the demon ancestor. "I'll go with you," Shaoqing said. "No, you stay behind. If you're by my side, you'll only distract me," Gu Fei said. This, Shaoqing wanted to say more. However, Gu Fei had already taken a step forward and instantly appeared in the primal chaos passageway. His speed was so fast that even little Qing was taken aback. Who is that? How dare he barge into Kunlun? Those ancient sages were shocked to see Gu Fei appear in the chaotic channel. He clearly knew that even ancient sages had fallen in there, yet he still dared to go forward. Could this person's cultivation be even stronger than ancient sages? It's him. Some of the ancient sages recognized Gu Fei, and they were astonished. "I didn't expect it to be him." Some ancient sages muttered. With Gu Fei making a move, there would be a good show to watch. This fellow was a peerless expert who dared to kill even ancient sages. Gu Fei's fame was earned through fighting. None of the ancient sages dared to look down on him. While those ancient sages were still in shock, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared into the chaotic channel. Everyone stared at the chaotic channel, especially Shaoqing. He was breaking out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. One must know that an ancient sage had already fallen in there. This is... Gu Fei sped through the chaotic channel. Very soon, he saw something floating in front of him. When he got closer, he saw that it was actually some broken corpses. The cultivators of Kunlun Ancestral Star who had entered the chaotic channel had really met with a calamity. Even their fleshly bodies were smashed into pieces. "I'd like to see who this divine being is." While speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was another Gu Fei. This Gu Fei was the immortal war slave that Gu Fei had obtained. The immortal war slave was incomparably powerful. It was originally the trump card of the Ji clan's patriarch, but Gu Fei had snatched it away and turned it into his war slave. The immortal war slave turned into a shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei was very careful. The immortal war slave's battle prowess was incomparably powerful, not any weaker than an ancient sage. More importantly, the immortal war slave had an immortal divinity, making it unkillable. Rumble! Just as the immortal war slave was about to reach the exit of the chaotic channel, a sudden rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black hand slammed into the passage from the outside. This is... Gu Fei's immortal war slave was taken aback. He directly pushed his palm forward, and the power of the chaotic secret art surged forward. The black hand was actually reversed and slammed towards the exit of the chaotic channel. "What?" An exclamation came from the exit of the chaotic channel. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hand directly smashed the exit of the chaotic channel, causing a powerful demonic energy to encircle it. There's really an expert from the demons guarding outside. Gu Fei's immortal war slave muttered to himself. 9 immortal runes appeared on the immortal war slave's body, and an extremely powerful sage aura erupted from the immortal war slave. Another ancient sage. A divine sense fluctuation came from outside the chaotic channel. "Kill!" An old voice sounded from outside the chaotic passageway. Then, a dark light pierced through the sky, broke through the void, and pierced the indestructible battle slave's forehead. The big shot from the demons had made his move. The immortal war slave directly punched out. The black light actually pierced through his fist, but there was no splattering of blood. The hole on the immortal war slave's fist was rapidly healing. That old man seemed to be surprised. To think that he couldn't kill that ancient sage with a single move. One must know that the ancient sage from before couldn't even take a single move from him. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Watch this. Gu Fei's indestructible war slave bellowed. 9 immortal Tao runes transformed into a beam of divine light that shot out from his body. They transformed into 9 peerless divine swords that pierced towards the demons outside the chaotic passageway. "You've got guts." An old voice rang out. The old devil outside the chaotic channel was taken aback. To think that the person in the chaotic channel didn't retreat, and was even attacking him. A pitch-black, demonic hand appeared once again, emanating boundless demonic aura. It grabbed at the 9 peerless divine swords that had pierced through the air. Clang! Under the demonic hand's grasp, the 9 peerless divine swords were immediately crushed, and the 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao were directly obliterated by the demonic power. So strong! After exchanging just 2 moves, Gu Fei's immortal war slave already knew that his opponent was incomparably strong. He wasn't someone that ordinary demons could compare to. This caused Gu Fei's immortal war slave to feel an immense pressure. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei would only advance bravely. Nothing could stop his invincible heart. He directly killed his way out of the chaotic channel. What? Just as Gu Fei's indestructible war slave rushed out of the primal chaos passageway, he saw a scene that shocked him to the point where he couldn't be more shocked. Before the chaotic channel, blood flowed like a river. On the ground, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The essence blood of countless living beings had converged to form a sea of blood. A series of scarlet devil runes could be faintly seen. There was actually a great devil outside the entrance of the chaotic channel, using an endless amount of blood to form a grand formation. Could this be the legendary Blood Devil? When Gu Fei's immortal war slave saw this scene, he was truly shocked by the demon's methods. He couldn't speak for a long time. How many living beings had to be killed for the blood to converge into a sea of blood? Boom! The moment Gu Fei's indestructible war slave rushed out of the primal chaos passageway, the demon race array in front of the primal chaos passageway immediately activated. One after another, blood-colored shadows stood up from the demonic formation, as if they had turned into bloody fiends, pouncing towards Gu Fei's immortal war slave. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei didn't hold back against the demons who had slaughtered countless living beings. He attacked with all his might. Boom! The space before his forehead trembled. A beam of sword light shot out from between his brows, turning into a divine sword of the great Tao that slashed towards the blood-colored shadows that were pouncing towards him. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and the countless blood shadows that were pouncing towards Gu Fei were all cut in half by his sword. They then dissipated into the void as if they had never been there. Interesting. You're actually just a tool for killing. An old voice sounded. A blood-colored shadow loomed within the blood fiend demonic formation. It seemed to have merged with the surrounding void, making it impossible to guard against. That old demon had seen through Gu Fei's immortal war slave. Rumble! The blood fiend demonic formation was operating. Endless blood-colored light rushed out from the demonic formation, illuminating the entire space in a bloody color. Chapter 2300. Sure enough, there was a problem with the passageway leading to Kunlun. There was a supreme demon guarding the passageway, waiting for the cultivators who came out to jump into the demonic formation. The ancient saint who died before was most likely refined to death by this demonic formation. Rumble! Blood-colored light shot into the sky, dyeing the entire world in the color of blood. This was simply an endless sea of blood. Blood-colored demonic chi was vast and mighty, and one could faintly see white bones floating in the sea of blood. This was not something that truly existed. It was just an illusion, but it was still shocking enough. This demonic formation was truly terrifying. Roar! At this time, blood-colored dragons rushed out of the sea of blood, pouncing towards Gu Fei above. To be more precise, these were Gu Fei's undying war slaves. These killing tools, which were famous in the ancestral Myrtle Star, fell into the hands of Gu Fei. Seal! Gu Fei's undying war slave stretched out his hand and pressed downwards. 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared in his palm and rushed out, drawing upon the power of the great Tao, suppressing downwards. Rumble, the power of the great Tao shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 immortal runes turned into a supreme Tao diagram that enveloped the entire sea of blood. The dragons that rushed out of the sea of blood were all blocked by the Tao diagram. Buzz! The Tao diagram that was formed from the 9 runes trembled. An extremely powerful saint-level power descended from the Tao diagram, causing the blood-colored dragons to explode in the void. Not bad. You're much stronger than that guy just now. An ancient voice rang out. The blood-colored demonic figure appeared in the endless blood light, emitting a demonic aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Without a doubt, this demon was definitely a demon ancestor. Gu Fei realized that he was in big trouble. A demon ancestor was not something ordinary demons could compare to. This was a supreme existence among demons. Swish! He soared into the sky, wanting to enter the chaotic passageway and leave this demonic formation. He didn't want to fight a demon ancestor for no reason. It wasn't worth it. You want to leave? Too late. Just as Gu Fei's undead war slave broke through the layers of bloody light and rapidly approached the entrance of the primal chaos passageway, he suddenly felt the world spin. The entrance of the primal chaos passageway disappeared. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had actually returned to the boundless sea of blood formed by the power of the blood fiend demonic formation. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Gu Fei knew that the other party had already sealed up this part of the world, trapping him inside. Unless he could break this demonic formation, it would be impossible for him to leave this damned place. It was very simple to break the formation, and that was to kill that old devil. However, knowing the method to break the formation was one thing. Wanting to kill that old demon was not an easy task. One must know that this was a demon ancestor. The feeling this archdevil lord gave Gu Fei was that he was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit weaker than the archdevil Lord Ing Tian. A great battle erupted. Gu Fei controlled his undead war slave and executed all sorts of immortal killing techniques, attacking the figure in the sea of blood. Immortal Tao divine runes appeared between his hands. Powerful immortal Tao energy spread out, repelling the demonic qi around Gu Fei's undead war slave. Bang! A blood-colored fist punched out from the sea of blood formed by the demonic qi. On the fist, blood-colored demonic runes coiled around it, drawing in a supreme demonic energy. Gu Fei's undead war slave was directly sent flying by this blood-colored fist. However, the undead war slave was said to be undying, possessing undying divinity. Gu Fei's undead war slave instantly rushed back from afar, continuing to attack. Immortal Tao divine runes rushed out from Gu Fei's undead war slave, imprinting themselves into the void. Then they exploded, causing a large amount of demonic qi to dissipate. An old demon covered in blood-colored light fell out of the void. Good lad, you can actually sense where this demon's true body is. How did you do it? The blood fiend demon ancestor was somewhat surprised. One had to know that no one had ever been able to force his true body out of the formation. Not even once. This old demon was very curious as to how this human cultivator knew where his true body was. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Gu Fei's undead war slave pressed towards the blood fiend demon ancestor, brimming with battle intent. He had already viewed this old demon as the strongest opponent he had ever met since he started cultivating. This battle body is not bad. The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked to see how powerful the undead war slave was. Someone had actually refined such a terrifying killing tool. If he could obtain this battle body and study the Tao runes on it, he might be able to create countless such killing tools. By then, it would only be a matter of time for the demons to unify the 3 realms and 6 Taos. At this thought, the blood fiend demon ancestors' blood-colored eyes immediately lit up. Unifying the 3 realms and 6 Taos had always been the ultimate goal of the demons. Rumble, the formation shook. The blood fiend demon ancestor activated the entire formation's power. Endless, blood-colored light interweaved, forming a blood-colored net that enveloped Gu Fei's undead war slave. Swish! The blood-colored net was extremely fast. In an instant, it trapped Gu Fei's undead war slave, and the interweaved blood-colored demonic light pierced into its flesh. The blood-colored demonic light was like the edge of a peerless demonic blade. It directly slashed across the undead war slave's body, cutting it into thousands of pieces. However, a divine light of the immortal Tao flashed, and Gu Fei's undead war slave recovered. The blood marks on its body disappeared, and its body also emitted a mighty wave. Immortal battle body. The old demon was obviously shocked to see the scene. The opponent's battle body was very unusual. It was not something that an ordinary sage could refine. Could it be? The blood fiend demon ancestor seemed to think of something, and his face became somewhat gloomy. While the old demon was distracted, Gu Fei's undead war slave had already reached him. A purple divine light rushed out from the undead war slave's forehead, turning into a divine sword of the great Tao, and slashed at the old demon. The old demon was shocked to see Gu Fei's undead war slave use this immortal Tao secret technique. This was the supreme immortal technique of the Tao sect, a supreme divine ability created by the Tao ancestor. The mighty wave of power from the divine sword of the great Tao made the old demon's heart palpitate, and he immediately retreated. However, the divine sword of the great Tao followed him like a shadow, chasing after the old demon, forcing him to constantly dodge within the demonic formation, not daring to let the divine sword of the great Tao get close to him. Chapter 2301. It was only after Gu Fei had taken control of the undying war slave that he realized how powerful and terrifying this killing tool was. This battle form could use all the techniques of the person who had taken control of it. Of course, this battle form could only use the techniques of the immortal path. Perhaps the person who had refined this undying war slave was a supreme cultivator of the immortal path. Gu Fei's undying war slave used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword of the way secret technique, and successfully injured the blood fiend demon ancestor. However, he knew that the blood fiend demon ancestor was not so easy to deal with. Roar! The blood fiend demon ancestor roared in anger. He could not believe that he had been injured. Moreover, this was a wound caused by a divine sword of the great path. The wound was difficult to heal, and black, demonic blood flowed out. How dare you injure my demonic body? I'll kill you! In his rage, the blood fiend demon ancestor attacked Gu Fei's undying war slave. Endless demonic chi surged, and the entire demonic formation's power was directed to his hands by the old demon. Bang! The blood fiend demon punched out, and the power of the demonic path exploded. The world shook, and a pitch-black spatial fissure appeared in the void. Endless demonic patterns went to seal Gu Fei's undying war slave. Return to truth. Gu Fei's undying war slave used another secret technique of the immortal path. A mysterious power of the great path spread out from his body. Wherever this power went, large swathes of demonic chi were melted away. All the spiritual chi of the world seemed to have been reduced to its most primitive state. This was the terror of the return to truth secret technique. It could melt away any power of the great path. What? The blood fiend demon ancestor could feel the power of his punch rapidly draining away. The demonic chi was melted away in the void. Reverse chaos. Just as the blood fiend demon ancestor was in extreme shock Gu Fei's undying war slave used another secret technique. The power of reverse chaos diverted the blood fiend demon ancestor's punch, causing it to turn back and hit him. Roar. This time, the blood fiend demonic ancestor was truly moved. He roared again and again, desperately urging his blood fiend demonic power. The fist that was about to hit him finally stopped before it hit him. You are the successor of the Tao Father. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared furiously. Back then, he had a deep grudge with the Tao ancestor's bloodline. The reason why he was where he was today was directly related to the Tao ancestor. Gu Fei's undying war slave did not speak, but his aura instantly soared to a level that made the blood fiend evil ancestor's heart palpitate. Bang! Gu Fei's undying war slave immediately used the supreme killing technique of the immortal Tao, heavenly transformation hand. 9 primordial Tao patterns interweaved to form a great Tao hand that pressed down on the blood fiend demon ancestor. Rumble! Endless, baleful blood, demonic chi was melted away. This was a supreme technique of the immortal Tao, known to be able to melt away even the heaven and earth. The void below the giant hand was being destroyed, soundlessly. Bang! The giant hand descended, and the blood fiend demon ancestor was smacked down from the sky. His baleful blood, demonic chi dissipated, and a small part of his body was destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand. Another of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the blood fiend demon ancestor, was both shocked and furious. He had suffered greatly from the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Not long after he broke free, he encountered Gu Fei's undying war slave, who had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The war slave used the heavenly transformation secret art to raise its battle prowess to the limit. It was then that Gu Fei unleashed the true power of the undying war slave. The war slave's battle prowess was no weaker than the immortal sovereign's Tao body. Break! Gu Fei controlled the war slave to launch a heavenly transformation hand into the sky. Endless, baleful blood, demonic patterns were destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand, and a corner of the blood fiend formation was broken. This, the old demon couldn't help but be shocked at the sight. How could this guy break his formation? Although it was hard to believe it was the truth. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and rushed out of the blood fiend formation. Damn it! The blood fiend demon ancestor roared in the blood fiend formation. The small part of his body that had been destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand had already healed. His bones and flesh had regenerated, and it was as if he had never been injured. Where do you think you're going? The blood fiend demon ancestor didn't hesitate. He drove the demonic formation and chased after Gu Fei's undying war slave. Swoosh! Gu Fei's undying war slave charged into the chaos passageway and disappeared inside. The old demon followed suit and continued his pursuit of Gu Fei's undying war slave. Blood-colored, demonic patterns interweaved around his body. A demonic aura that could cause all life in the world to palpitate spread out from the old demon's body. What's going on? Why did that demonic aura suddenly become so much stronger? The ancient sages around the exit of the chaos world were shocked to the extreme. They could sense a supreme demonic energy rushing over from the other end of the chaos passageway. At this moment, a figure flashed at the exit of the chaos passageway. A person rushed out from the chaos passageway. Big Brother, Shaoqing, who was guarding the exit of the chaos world, couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw that person. You want to screw me over? Let's see who screws over who. Gu Fei ignored Shaoqing. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient bronze cauldron appeared in his hand. He then placed the ancient cauldron in front of the exit of the chaos world. Buzz! The ancient cauldron vibrated. The ancient bronze cauldron turned into a huge cauldron the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the cauldron faced the exit of the chaos world. After arranging all this, Gu Fei's real body and Shaoqing retreated together. Not long after, a figure rushed out of the chaos world and directly rushed into the ancient bronze cauldron. The demon that was chasing after that person did not hesitate and directly rushed into the ancient bronze cauldron. Soon, the ancient cauldron began to vibrate. Powerful demonic energy erupted. The blood fiend evil ancestor knew that he had been tricked. He desperately rushed out of the cauldron. However, the blood fiend evil ancestor was intercepted again and again. The exit of the ancient cauldron was blocked by the primordial chaos chi. Unless Gu Fei was willing to let him go, the blood fiend evil ancestor would be in for a tragedy. The ancient cauldron vibrated. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on the ancient cauldron. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the ancient cauldron seemed to come to life. They emitted an incomparably ancient aura that seemed to come from ancient times. That is, some ancient sages were extremely shocked. The aura emitted from the ancient cauldron made their hearts palpitate. A supreme item. Someone guessed something, but they were not sure. It should be known that this item was a legendary existence that had disappeared in the ancient times. Chapter 2302. Gu Fei gave him a taste of his own medicine. He also dug a huge pit at the end of the chaos passageway and made the blood fiend demon ancestor jump into the pit. What's going on? The evil blood ancestor rushed into the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if he had entered a whole new world. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no earth or sky. However, the void here was so vast that even his divine will could not reach the end. An aura that made the blood fiend demon ancestor's heart palpitate came from the depths of the void. Roar. The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked and angry. He roared and used his demonic technique. 9 demonic patterns rushed out of his body, wanting to use the power of the great path to break this part of the void. The 9 demonic patterns emitted a powerful demonic power that shook this part of the void. It should be known that even though his vitality was injured and he was no longer the invincible demon Venerable of the past, his demonic body was the true body of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor level Tao patterns displayed terrifying power. Every Tao pattern was like a blood-colored demonic sun, emitting endless demonic light. Rumble, the world shook. The surroundings of the 9 demonic patterns seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart. There was chaos chi seeping out. Bang! Without any warning, the blood fiend demon ancestor, who had unparalleled demonic power, suddenly flew out. The left side of his face collapsed and a fist mark appeared. He had actually been punched by someone. Who dares to sneak an attack on me? The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked and angry. His broken facial bones were rapidly recovering. In just an instant, he had completely recovered, as if he had not been injured at all. The true body of the demon ancestor was incomparably strong. Ordinary means could not really hurt this demonic body. What truly shocked the blood fiend demonic ancestor was that he actually couldn't see how the person in the dark had made his move. This was truly frightening. If even he couldn't see how the person in the dark had made his move, then wouldn't the person in the dark be much stronger than him? Hee, a little demon child dares to call himself the demon ancestor. Don't be a joke. A divine will was transmitted, and a voice sounded directly in the blood fiend demon ancestor's heart. Who are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared. His gaze swept in all directions, but what shocked him was that he still could not find the location of the person in the dark. How is this possible? The blood fiend demonic ancestor thought to himself. That person seemed to have melded into the void, as if he did not exist at all, yet he seemed to be everywhere at the same time. How could this be? This old devil was truly moved. He had encountered a very terrifying opponent. Could it be a human emperor or one of those immortal venerables that had yet to perish? In his opinion, only powerful existences at the level of human emperor and celestial prime could trap him. Do you really think you're the true ancestor of all demons? I'll come out just because you called me. That divine will appear again. Roar. The blood, fiend, demonic ancestor roared angrily. 9 demonic marks rushed out in 9 directions. Vast demonic power spread out from the 9 demonic marks. He wanted to break the void forcefully. However, at this moment, a huge hand appeared silently above the head of the blood fiend demonic ancestor. After that, a palm slapped down, causing the blood fiend demonic ancestor to fall tens of thousands of feet down. His head was smashed into his chest. Boundless blood sea. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared angrily. He was almost driven mad. He desperately urged the demonic power in his body. Countless formation marks that lingered around him rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves into the surrounding void. Rumble! The blood fiend demonic formation was activated. A blood-red world appeared in the void. The extremely terrifying demonic power caused the void to become unstable. Oh, you little devil brat, you've gone all out. Even if the true ancestor of the devils were to appear before your daddy, he would still be suppressed. That voice sounded in the blood fiend demonic ancestor's heart again. At this moment, the blood fiend demonic ancestor's demonic body had recovered. He did not say anything. He directly activated the blood fiend demonic formation. The blood-red demonic chi was like a blood-red wave, sweeping out in all directions. It seemed like it was going to fill up the entire void. However, just as the blood fiend demonic ancestor showed his power, he was punched in the chest by the person in the dark. His tendons and bones were shattered, and his entire chest caved in. His demonic body was almost broken into 2 by that person. What's going on? Impossible! The blood fiend demonic ancestor was really going crazy. He was in the demonic formation. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher than his, they could not hurt him silently. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Just as the blood fiend demonic ancestor was shocked, the entire demonic formation suddenly shook. A layer of purple chi appeared outside the demonic formation. The purple chi was vast and gave off an endless aura. It actually suppressed the power of the blood fiend demonic formation that was surging out in all directions. Primordial chaos chi. When the blood fiend demonic ancestor saw the purple chi, he was even more shocked. In the 3 realms and 6 daos, there was only one thing that gave birth to primordial chaos chi. This old devil was a connate devil that was born from the legendary netherworld blood sea. This kind of connate devil was born with great abilities and power. Although the blood fiend demonic ancestor was also a demon ancestor, he was not on the same level as the demon ancestors born from the chaos. In the distant past, some people called those innate devils born from chaos the true ancestors of devils. However, as a demon ancestor, the blood fiend demonic ancestor's knowledge was naturally very extraordinary. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. The mountain and river cauldron, it's the mountain and river cauldron, the blood fiend demonic ancestor muttered to himself. An extremely powerful force pressed down from all directions, causing the blood slaughter demonic formation to shrink. Even the 9 demonic marks were suppressed back into the formation. There was no suspense. Even if the blood fiend demonic ancestor wanted to go all out, it would be difficult to do so. He already knew what kind of existence he was facing. The demonic formation was broken, and the 9 demonic patterns were suppressed back into the blood fiend demonic ancestor's body by the primordial chaos chi. The blood fiend demonic ancestor was suppressed. At this moment, outside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, with a wave of his hand, the mountain and river cauldron rapidly shrank and flew back into his hand. "Big brother!" after Gu Fei suppressed the blood fiend demonic ancestor with a mountain and river cauldron, Shaoqing hurried over. This demon is not simple. It will be difficult to refine him in a short time. Gu Fei said, he wants to use the mountain and river cauldron. Could this demon really be a demon ancestor? Chapter 2303. To think that Gu Fei had actually suppressed a demon lord. This caused everyone who witnessed this scene to be extremely shocked. One must know that it was a demon lord. Demon ancestor was a synonym for absolute power. When the news of Gu Fei suppressing the demon ancestor spread out, all the cultivators in the chaos world were shocked. That was especially true for those forces that were Gu Fei's enemies. Everyone felt insecure. The one who stole my undying war slave even suppressed a demon ancestor. He has the supreme mountain river cauldron. In the ancestral court of the Ji clan on the Myrtle Star, a middle-aged man sat on a throne as he spoke. There were only a few people standing in the hall. How is that possible? Didn't the mountain river cauldron disappear in the ancient era? An old man with a head full of white hair said, "Looks like there will be another great upheaval that engulfs the 3 realms and 6 Daos in this era." Another old man sighed. Whenever a supreme saint artifact appeared, a storm of blood would be stirred up in the 3 realms and 6 paths. There would be shocking changes. Back then, when the primordial world shattered, the figure of a supreme appeared. A supreme saint tool? In the hall, a young man clenched his fists, his eyes flashing. This young man was the genius of the Ji clan, Jifan, who was defeated by Gu Fei. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne was the current patriarch of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji. Jifan had the limitless physique, innately close to all great Daos. He was the carrier of all great Daos. His cultivation and battle prowess had long surpassed his father. Without a doubt, Jifan would be the next patriarch. Let's wait and see. After pondering for a while, Emperor Ji, who was sitting high up on his throne, said these words. He had to plan before taking action. In this great world, if he was not careful, it would be very easy for other powers to take advantage of him. Although the Ji clan was the most powerful clan in the Ancestral Star, this was only in the Ancestral Star. One should know that there was more than one ancestral land in the human realm. In other ancestral lands, there were also Daos passed down by supremes. There were also ancient clans that had once produced supremes. In the human realm, the Ancestral Star could not be the only one. Yes, the people in the hall hurriedly responded. Since the patriarch didn't allow them to find trouble with Gu Fei, they didn't dare to do anything. One must know that the patriarch of the Ji family was someone with absolute authority. Even the unruly Ji Fan had to behave himself. Although the Ji family of the ancestral Myrtle Star was waiting to see what would happen, it didn't mean that the other superforces wouldn't make a move against Gu Fei. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme divine tool. Who wouldn't want it? However, one had to pay a price to obtain the cauldron of mountain and river. Even the ancient sages didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, regardless of the era, there was no lack of crazy people. After Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the blood fiend demon ancestor, he had been targeted. In the end, the chaotic passageway leading to the Kunlun ancestral star collapsed. This was just the beginning. The collapse of the chaotic passageway shocked many people. Subsequently, the chaotic passageways leading to other places in the 3 realms and 6 Dao also showed signs of instability. This made everyone believe that the chaotic world was about to close. The closing of the primal chaos world was no small matter. Everyone was prepared to leave the primal chaos world, because once the primal chaos passageways closed, everyone would be trapped in this world. No one would be willing to stay in this barren land. Moreover, there were extremely powerful remnant species of chaos occupying this part of the world in the chaos. The remnants of chaos were incomparably powerful and possessed the bloodline of their ancestors. Among these remnants of chaos, there were even extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Over the past decade or so, many cultivators of the human race had died tragically under the claws of the remnants of chaos. Gu Fei didn't care about this. When he and Xiaoqing returned to the sacred mountain, they were shocked to find that there were two more people there. One of them was a fairy in snow-white robes, and the other was a fair and chubby little fatty. Yen, little grand disciple. When Gu Fei saw the two of them, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, especially Yen. Ever since they parted ways in the heaven realm, he hadn't heard any news about her. Everyone was very tactful and retreated when they saw that Gu Fei and Yen had reunited. Two figures stood at the peak of the sacred mountain. You, Gu Fei and Yen looked at each other. They clearly had a lot to say, but they didn't know where to start. For a moment, both of them fell silent. How have you been all these years? In the end, Gu Fei said this. I'm fine, but I'm often being chased by the Eastern Empress Yengu. Yen said angrily. Back then, Gu Fei had left her in the heaven realm, which made her resent him for a long time. She always thought that when she saw Gu Fei again, she would teach Gu Fei a lesson to vent her anger. However, when she really reunited with Gu Fei, she realized that she simply couldn't do it. Yuan Gu, that guy actually dared to chase after you. Where is he? I'll go and kill him to help you vent your anger. Gu Fei said angrily. Stop it. You're with that old turtle. Don't you know that Yuan Gu has already been killed by that old turtle? Yen said angrily. Is that so? I really didn't know. So that guy is already dead. Then I have no way to help you vent your anger. Gu Fei rubbed his head and said, if anyone were to see this side of him now, their jaws would definitely drop. It turned out that behind Gu Fei's coldness, there was actually a warm side. Gu Fei and Yen chatted for 6 hours after the topic was opened. The two of them seemed to have endless topics to talk about and endless things to talk about. Sai, Ancestral Master, is such a good fairy. It's a pity that she was wooed by the Ancestral Master. Little Fatty couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the two of them standing side by side on the mountain peak. What are you talking about, you little brat? Beside Little Fatty, Xiaoqing reached out and knocked on Little Fatty's head. Little Fatty immediately cried out in pain, and soon a big bump appeared on Little Fatty's head. Martial Uncle Qing, are you trying to murder me? Little Fatty cried out as he rubbed the bump on his head. It was so painful that tears started flowing out. Humph, since your father isn't here, I'll help him teach you. Xiaoqing looked at Little Fatty and said fiercely, Oh my God! Chapter 2304. Gu Fei and Yen. Ari's reunion was a joyous occasion. Everyone already saw Gu Fei and Yen as a couple. Even Old Tortoise and Xiaoqing thought so. However, the relationship between Gu Fei and Yen was a little strange. Neither of them made their relationship clear, nor did they deny it. Yen's appearance made Zhongli Meng a little jealous, but she also knew that she was not worthy of Gu Fei. Only a saintess like Yen could be Gu Fei's partner. In the end, Zhongli Meng left. Gu Fei personally sent her to the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Zhongli Meng had been away from the ancestral star for too long, and she was homesick. Moreover, according to Old Tortoise, the 3 realms and 6 Daos would soon be in chaos, and the soaring dragon ancestral star would not be spared. As a member of the Zhongli clan, she should do her part for the clan. Gu Fei's words made Zhongli Meng tear up. In the end, she still entered the chaotic passageway and left the chaotic land. Sigh. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of the chaotic passageway for a long time. In the end, he let out a long sigh and returned to the sacred mountain. Old Tortoise's divine palace floated at the peak of the sacred mountain. It was an extraordinary palace with a Taoist rhyme lingering around it that resonated with the great Tao. Cultivating in the divine palace would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The The divine palace had a great origin. It was said to be a palace belonging to the supreme Tai Huang of the monster race. It was the palace where the supreme Tai Huang once lived. That little girl has left. When Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain, Old Tortoise came out. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. I can tell that the little girl is interested in you. Have you ever thought of taking her in as well? Old Tortoise grinned. At this time he had turned back into the cynical old ruffian. Are you itching for a beating? Gu Fei glared at Old Tortoise and said, Don't worry, Old Tortoise. I'm telling the truth. That peerless expert doesn't have many women behind him. It's very normal. Old Tortoise said. Stop, this topic ends here, Gu Fei said with a frown. At this time he had a very strange feeling, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on him. When he wanted to investigate, that feeling completely disappeared. You're being watched. At that moment, Old Tortoise's expression became solemn. You sensed it, Gu Fei said. If even the Old Tortoise said so, then the person who dared to spy on him was definitely not an ordinary ancient saint. The one hiding in the dark was definitely a formidable opponent. Who is it? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had many friends, but he definitely had more enemies than friends, especially when the mountain and river cauldron appeared in his hands. Who wouldn't want an extreme Tao saint artifact? Who cares who he is? If he dares to jump out, we'll just kill him, Old Tortoise said domineeringly. At this time, Old Tortoise's uncle, who had disappeared for a while, came to the divine mountain. He found Old Tortoise and told him something that made Old Tortoise furious. Are those 4 old guys tired of living? Old Tortoise was furious. Gu Fei learned from Old Tortoise that the demon race's ancestral court in the heaven realm was attacked, and many experts of the demon race died. The person who dared to attack the demon race's ancestral court must have a powerful background. It was one of the 5 great Emperor Xian of the heaven realm. Old Tortoise did not hesitate and directly returned to the heaven realm. Those who dared to touch the demon race's ancestral court must have died. Do you need help? In the divine palace, Gu Fei said, Brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but your troubles aren't small either. Don't get involved in these muddy waters. Old Tortoise directly rejected Gu Fei. The ancestral court could not be lost. Old Tortoise quickly drove the divine palace through the chaotic passage to the heaven realm and returned to the heaven realm to find the 5 great Emperor Xian to settle the score. Old Tortoise's departure made Gu Fei lose a great help. It was likely that the person who was secretly watching him would jump out soon. However, in the following days, nothing strange happened in the area around the divine mountain. Everyone on the divine mountain was working hard to cultivate. Even Gu Fei himself sat cross-legged on the peak of the divine mountain, breathing in and out the chaotic essence, hoping to improve his cultivation to the next level and become the King of Saints. The King of Saints was a rare, peerless expert even in the great era of the untainted land. He could become the overlord of a region. Rumble. Within Gu Fei's body, the great path was resonating. 9 primordial patterns of the great path appeared in his dantian. The 9 chaotic patterns intertwined into a ball of light, spreading waves of the great path. It was difficult to improve one's comprehension of the great path in a short period of time. Gu Fei felt that while his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it was not easy to break through this bottleneck. Boom! While Gu Fei was cultivating, a muffled sound was heard without warning. A huge black hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the divine mountain, then blasted down on Gu Fei at the peak of the divine mountain. The peerless power of the divine path swept down from the black hand. The entire divine mountain was shaking. At this moment, everyone on the divine mountain was startled. Who dares to cause trouble here? A loud shout was heard. A figure surrounded by divine flames rushed into the sky. The shadow of a fiery phoenix rushed out from this person's body. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. Boom! A rumble was heard from the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. 9 divine patterns rushed into the sky, intertwining and turning into a fiery phoenix, rushing towards the huge hand coming down from the sky. However, there was no suspense at all. 9 primordial Tao patterns surged out from the black palm that came crashing down from the sky and directly blasted the fire phoenix into a ball of divine fire that dissipated in the void. What? The Iron Blood Taoist fell from the sky and landed at the peak of the divine mountain. He looked up at the black hand that was still slamming down on the divine mountain. His eyes sparkled. He was very shocked. The opponent was powerful enough to force him back with a single move. The Iron Blood Taoist still wanted to rush up. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard. "You're no match for that person. You'll only die if you go up." Gu Fei uttered such words. The Iron Blood Taoist could not help but be extremely shocked when he heard this. Was the person who secretly attacked so powerful that he could kill saints? Humph, cowardly scoundrel. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder he was sitting on and threw a punch upwards. Powerful chaotic fist force rushed into the sky and collided with the black hand. Boom! The black hand in the sky exploded with a loud sound. It was shattered by Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch. The primordial patterns were collapsing, and the black hand had also completely dispelled Gu Fei's fist force. Chapter 2305. Gu Fei made a move and dispersed the black hand in the air above the divine mountain with a single punch. Afterwards, the person who attacked in secret did not show himself, which greatly surprised Gu Fei. If the attacker had already made his move, why was he still not showing himself? The attacker only struck once and disappeared. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense the attacker's location. The attacker was in the dark while he was in the light. This made him feel uneasy. Because the enemy was hiding in the dark, his every move would be seen by the enemy. But he himself was in the light, yet he didn't know who the enemy was. Master this. The Iron Blood Taoist walked over. He too felt the threat from the hidden enemy. Plus, the enemy did not come out in the open. This was not good for them. Old Gu, what happened? Yan also came to the mountain peak. In fact, the moment the black hand appeared, she already felt something was wrong. We are being watched. Be careful. Do not leave the mountain for no reason. Gu Fei said. His voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone on the divine mountain, causing their hearts to tremble. Especially Qilong. He could already feel that his heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Is he going to undergo heavenly tribulation here? The red dragon was anxious. Shaoqing had already returned to the heaven realm with the old tortoise. Now on the mountain, other than Gu Fei himself, only Yan, and the Iron Blood Taoist were saints. With 3 saints working together, no matter which era it was, they would be the overlord of an area. But this time, the enemy they were facing was not ordinary. Next, Gu Fei made a decision that shocked everyone. He wanted to refine the divine mountain and take it away. This was definitely a huge move. This divine mountain was no ordinary mountain. It was a mountain that was suppressing an earth vein. Nourished by the earth vein's spiritual energy, it was close to becoming sentient. Gu Fei and Yan worked together and guided all the spiritual energy from the earth vein into the divine mountain. After a few days, Gu Fei and the others finally succeeded. The spiritual energy from the earth vein was all absorbed by the divine mountain. The entire divine mountain became even more sentient, as if it could awaken its own consciousness and turn into an innate mountain god at any time. Living beings nurtured by the heaven and earth were synonymous with power. If this divine mountain could awaken its own consciousness and turn into a mountain god, it would definitely be a powerful mountain god. Of course, Gu Fei wouldn't miss out on such a divine mountain. Gu Fei kept the sacred mountain and the others into his inner world. Then he rushed towards the region where the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star was located. It was time for him to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. The world was about to descend into chaos, and he felt that he had to settle his grudges before that happened. However, just as Gu Fei was approaching the chaos channel, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Humph, you're finally going to jump out yourself." Gu Fei stopped and stared at the black figure in front of him. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he moved. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the black figure. The man in black also reached out to grab Gu Fei. "Kill!" Gu Fei yelled and rushed into the sky. He took a step forward and stomped down on the head of the man in black. A terrifying force surged out from Gu Fei's right foot, shattering the hand that was about to grab him and forcing him back. "Rumble!" Before the black-clothed man could regain his senses, Gu Fei had already taken his second step. An even more powerful force than the first step surged out from his feet. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and the man in black was forced back again. "Roar!" The man roared and waved his hand. 18 flags flew out from his hand and stuck themselves in the ground. The flags fluttered, and a killing formation was set up. Die! The figure of the black-robed man disappeared into the formation. The 18 flags emitted monstrous energy waves. Divine inscriptions rushed out from the flags and sealed the space around them. "You want to trap me? Dream on," Gu Fei said in disdain. However, he soon had to be careful. The 18 flags began to emit extremely powerful, saintly power. Rumble! The void trembled as the 18 banners emitted a powerful destructive force, rushing towards Gu Fei, who was in the middle of the formation. The void was crumbling and being annihilated. "You know that I have the cauldron of mountain and river, and you still dare to attack me. You're looking to die." Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. He then flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. He held it in his palm. Bzzz. Just as the power of the 18 flags arrived, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand trembled slightly, and the destructive power that was heading towards him was immediately dispersed. Even the 18 flags that were inserted in the surroundings flew up, and the formation was instantly destroyed. Bang! While the man in black was still in shock, an ancient cauldron the size of a fist came smashing toward him. It directly smashed into the bridge of his nose and broke it. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state as he staggered away. "So you're Gu Fei. You're very strong indeed." Just as Gu Fei was about to kill the man in black, a voice suddenly came from the side. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw an elder standing on a small mountain tens of miles away, looking at Gu Fei. "Who are you?" Gu Fei said as he looked at the old man on top of a hill a dozen li away. "You don't need to know who I am. As long as you hand over the cauldron of mountain and river, I will spare your life. How about it?" The elder said. The chi on his body became sharper. He was ready to attack. "Humph! The cauldron of mountain and river is in my hands. Come and take it if you can." Gu Fei looked at the elder on the small mountain. His chi also became stronger. The opponent was here for the cauldron of mountain and river. A battle was unavoidable. "You've got guts." The elder gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. "After so many years, this is the first time I met someone who dared to talk to me like this." The elder said. Gu Fei was getting impatient. "Cut the crap. Come on." Gu Fei's battle intent surged. Even if he was facing an incomparably strong opponent, he would fight. He would never retreat. At this moment, he would fight even if the elder was an immortal Venerable. Cultivators were born to be fighters. Haha, actually I've already made my move. The elder suddenly laughed. What? Chapter 2306. Those who were spying on the cauldron of mountains and rivers finally made their move. They would not let Gu Fei return to the ancestral dragon star so easily. It was not the right time for saint-level beings to descend into the mortal world. The power that was even more terrifying than the heavenly punishment still enveloped the entire mortal world. Some of the super antiques, who had lived for countless years, seemed to know many secrets. After all, when the primordial world collapsed, there were still many living beings at the saint level who survived. However, these living beings only appeared for a short period of time before completely disappearing. The world had changed. No one knew when it started, but all the saint-level beings were suppressed by a force. No matter how powerful the saint-level being was, they would be mercilessly killed by that force. The saint-level beings who survived the calamity had to seal themselves to avoid it. Those people finally could not sit still when Gu Fei wanted to return to the ancestral dragon star. If they did not make their move now, they did not know when they would have the chance to do so. "I've already made my move." At this moment, the words of the old man, 10 miles away, shocked Gu Fei. How could it be? Since the old man had already made his move, how could he not feel the slightest ripple of the power of the great path? Boom! At this moment, the void around Gu Fei suddenly collapsed. An extremely powerful force instantly pulled him into the void of chaos. Gu Fei was truly shocked. The old man's method was too brilliant. He had actually struck the power of the great path into the void of chaos and then attacked him. Such an attack was really special. At least, if it was used as a sneak attack, it would definitely catch the opponent off guard and they would instantly fall into the trap. That old man was really too careful. Rumble! The void trembled like thunder. After Gu Fei was pulled into the void of chaos by that extremely powerful force, he saw a chaos formation behind him. There were countless chaotic runes intertwining, condensing into a powerful force that made even his heart palpitate. This was a formation that could kill saint-level beings. Clang! Like peerless heavenly weapons being unsheathed, 9 startling rays of sword light shot out from the chaos formation. Each ray of sword light was condensed from chaotic force and emitted terrifying sword chi. The 9 sword lights pierced through Gu Fei, who was trapped in the chaos-killing formation, and instantly pierced his body. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair danced wildly as an extremely powerful chaotic energy erupted from his chaotic martial body. Boom! The 9 primal chaos sword lights that pierced his body instantly shattered, turning into specks of primal chaos spirit light. He opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all the specks of primal chaos spirit light into his mouth. What? An ancient voice sounded out. The old man was shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei was actually so powerful. This exceeded his expectations, and he felt a trace of unease. "You have angered me." Gu Fei stared at an empty space within the chaos formation and said coldly. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, so he could immediately see where the old man was hiding. Under the martial path heavenly eye, there were no secrets within the chaos formation. Every single rune was clearly displayed in Gu Fei's mind. He could instantly sense every tiny change in the formation. "Your strength has exceeded my expectations." The old man had to admit that he had underestimated this newly minted martial saint who could kill saint-level beings. This wrong judgment made him feel danger. Things had already gone out of the old man's control. "Old man, why haven't you killed this guy yet?" At this moment, the voice of the mysterious black-robed man rang out. "You two are accomplices." Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes flashed coldly. The mysterious black-robed man and this old man were accomplices, plotting against him together. Damn it. At this moment, he also understood why there was a chaos-killing formation waiting for him in the chaotic void. The old man couldn't possibly have known that he would leave the chaotic world. The black-robed man attacked first and entangled him, giving the old man time to set up the chaos-killing formation in the chaotic void before plotting against Yi Fuqian. Clanging sounds rang out from the formation as rays of chaos sword light condensed again. This time, each ray of chaos sword light contained a chaos Dao rune. The old man called primordial saint was very terrifying. He also cultivated the great Tao of chaos. Moreover, his understanding of the great Tao of chaos was even above Gu Fei's. After all, this primordial saint had become a saint much earlier than Gu Fei. He was an expert among the ancient saints. Some even suspected that this primordial saint had already become a saint ruler. A saint ruler was the king of saints. They were peerlessly powerful and not something ordinary saints could compare to. "Who do you think you are, black dog? How dare you bark in front of me?" The old man was furious when he saw that the black-robed man had dared to order him to do something. The black-robed man had become a demon saint for a black dog. However, in the eyes of the primordial saint, a dog was a dog. Even if it had become a saint, it was just a different way of saying it, adding the word saint behind the word dog. "Primordial saint, you," the black-robed man was furious. Scram! The primordial saint waved his right hand and swept the black-robed man out of the chaos-killing formation. He didn't like this dog saint. If it wasn't for the person behind this dog saint, he definitely wouldn't have teamed up with this dog saint. You have to look at the owner first. Aren't you afraid of offending the person behind this dog saint? Gu Fei watched everything coldly. He had cultivated the divine eyes of martial path, so he naturally saw the true body of the mysterious black-robed man. He also guessed that there must be someone behind this dog saint. One had to know that this dog saint wouldn't have dared to attack him if he didn't have someone to rely on. I don't need you to care about my business. You should worry about yourself." The primordial saint stood on a mass of chaos chi and looked at Gu Fei in the formation. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his entire body was surrounded by chaos Tao patterns. "Haha, you think you've got me?" Gu Fei laughed. Although the chaos-killing formation was powerful, it couldn't do anything to him. One should know that he had cultivated the chaotic martial body. The chaotic martial body was naturally close to the chaos chi. In this chaotic void, the chaos chi was endless and could provide him with endless energy. "Hand over the mountain and river cauldron, and we may become friends," the primordial saint said. "I don't think you're the kind of person who would rob people. Could it be that you have some difficulties? But what does that have to do with me? The mountain and river cauldron is mine, and I won't hand it over to anyone." Chapter 2307. Gu Fei was trapped by the primordial chaos killing formation laid down by the primordial chaos saint. This formation was the primordial chaos saint's trump card. It could gather endless chaotic energy and transform it into various killing moves to obliterate the opponents trapped within. "I'm determined to get the mountain and river cauldron. It seems that I have no choice but to fight." As primordial chaos old man spoke, his aura changed. A shocking might erupted from his body. At this moment, he was no longer an old man, but an indomitable and supreme saint who looked down on the three realms. "Come," Gu Fei said. His expression turned solemn. He didn't know if it was his honor or the primordial chaos old man's sorrow to be able to meet such an opponent. "Be careful." As primordial chaos old man spoke, he began to operate the formation. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as beams of chaotic sword light rapidly condensed within the formation. At this moment, the endless chaotic energy outside the formation began to boil and gather towards the formation. The formation was devouring the chaotic energy. To a certain extent, the primordial chaos formation that was laid down in the primordial void was already invincible. This was because such a formation had an inexhaustible power. The thing that the primordial void lacked the least was chaotic energy. "This move is useless against me." Endless chaotic sword light shot into the sky, piercing towards Gu Fei from all directions. He stood still as a mass of chaotic divine light rushed out from his body, enveloping him within. The chaotic sword light that pierced towards him were all blocked by the layer of chaotic astral energy. Humph! Seeing that Gu Fei had easily blocked his killing move, the primordial chaos old man's formation changed again. Endless chaotic runes interweaved, and an earth-shattering roar rang out. A peerless chaotic dragon appeared within the formation, raising its head and letting out a dragon roar. Hee hee, Gu Fei, you're dead this time. In the distance, within the chaotic energy, the dog saint had yet to leave. Primordial Chaos Saint was a powerful existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the person behind him. Ordinary saints were like children before him, unable to fight back at all. If it wasn't for some reason, even the person behind him wouldn't be able to invite this old man. The mixed origin saint was strong, and his cultivation was infinitely close to that of a holy king. However, he was not a holy king yet, so he could not do anything to Gu Fei. Transform into a true dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by the scene. This chaos grand formation was very extraordinary. It could actually evolve such a powerful life form. A true dragon that was born from chaos was the true dragon ancestor. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only the Grand Emperor was a chaos true dragon. Roar. The true dragon formed by the chaos formation roared and soared into the sky. Then it pounced towards Gu Fei. Rumble. The entire chaos array began to shake. This chaos true dragon had already gathered almost 80% of the array's power. The power of this pounce caused even Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Good timing. Gu Fei bellowed and took a step forward. With the speed of 8 steps, he instantly appeared in front of the chaotic true dragon and threw a punch at the dragon's head. Boom! With a loud sound, 2 shocking powers instantly collided. Gu Fei flew away, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His chaotic martial body had suffered a great impact. On the other hand, the head of the chaotic dragon exploded from Gu Fei's punch and turned into chaotic chi. The dragon's entire body was also shattered into several pieces. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body, and his injuries were immediately healed. He wiped off the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth and looked at Old Man Primordial with a sharp gaze. I didn't expect your chaotic, martial body to be so powerful. The mixed origin elder was very surprised. This Gu Fei could actually withstand 80% of the chaos array's power. It was really unexpected. If you have any skills, then use them all. Gu Fei said calmly. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. It was difficult to break through by relying on cultivation alone. The only thing he could do was to fight and sublimate and transform in battle. As you wish, the mixed origin elder said calmly. Old Man Primordius said. After that, he began to increase the power of the chaos array once again. He had already vaguely guessed Gu Fei's intentions. He also wanted to see how long Gu Fei could last in the chaos array. This chaos array was the mixed origin elder's life's work. Once the chaos array was activated, killing a sage was as easy as killing an ant. But now, the ant that was trapped in the chaos array was incomparably powerful. Endless chaotic chi gathered from all directions. The chaos array frantically devoured the chaotic chi, and the endless array patterns emitted dazzling chaotic divine light. At that moment, Gu Fei felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the formation had suddenly gained a life of its own, which shocked him greatly. A formation, Grandmaster. Gu Fei had to admit that Old Man Primordius's attainments in the Tao of Array formations were in no way inferior to He Tian's. Apart from He Tian, Old Man Primordius was the second person Gu Fei had seen who could fuse with an array formation. Becoming one with the formation was a technique that only a formation Grandmaster could use. Mixed Origin Elder could borrow the power of the Chaos Array to increase his own strength. Chaos opens the heavens, for spirits appear. The Mixed Origin Elder's voice came from the Chaos Array. Then the entire Chaos Array shook and the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. From the Chaos Array, the great Tao was born. It was as if the world was really being created. For figures that were so powerful that they made all living beings tremble were born from the endless chaos, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, developing the chaos and cosmos. Is this the method of a sage, level formation grandmaster? Gu Fei's heart trembled. The mixed origin elder actually evolved the four spirits of chaos. This was too frightening. One must know that the four spirits of chaos were existences that only existed in legends. Moreover, the chaotic true dragon, recognized by the three realms and six Daos, was the Tai Huang. As for the azure dragon of the four spirits of chaos, no one knew if it was the chaotic true dragon. One must know that after the chaos opened the heavens, the heaven and earth gave birth to countless connate life forms. These life forms were born from the heaven and earth, not from the chaos array. Some people believed that the four spirits of primordial times were life forms born from the heaven and earth. But now, Mixed Origin Elder had directly evolved the four spirits of chaos from the chaos array. Endless chaotic chi gathered towards the four spirits. The four figures emitted a terrifying aura that was enough to crush the heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei felt suffocated. So powerful. Chapter 2308. Old Man Primordius controlled the heaven-shaking, killing formation. As the formation operated, it seemed to split the heavens and the earth, displaying a peerless power. The four powerful figures that appeared from the chaos emitted terrifying fluctuations that could definitely crush the world and the void. Four spirits of chaos. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the killing array and bore the brunt of the pressure. The four figures that rushed out from the endless chaos above almost made him breathless. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. His muscles and bones trembled, emitting a series of explosive sounds. The power of the chaotic martial body was exploding to resist this power. It's not too late to hand over the mountain and river cauldron. Old Man Primordius's aged voice sounded. The four peerless figures in the sky didn't rush down. Old Man Primordius wanted to give Gu Fei a chance. People like Gu Fei wouldn't appear in millions of years. If he were to be killed just like that, it would be a pity. Haha, since you know that I have the mountain and river cauldron, aren't you afraid that I will use it against you? Gu Fei smiled. Although he was facing the four terrifying figures in the sky, his expression was still calm, as if he didn't feel any fear. Sigh, then I'm sorry. Old Man Primordius sighed. He cherished talent and didn't want to kill a genius. However, he was determined to get the mountain and river cauldron. Although he was unwilling, he had to act. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The four figures in the sky immediately pounced towards Gu Fei. The powerful force tore the heavens and earth apart, turning this part of the void into a peerless killing field. Roar! The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. The chaotic azure dragon was the first to arrive. It extended its dragon claw and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. It was like a real, chaotic dragon pouncing on its prey. Good timing. Gu Fei shouted. 9 chaos Tao patterns emerged from his body, and the power of the great path of chaos erupted from his body. Then he threw a punch at the claw of the chaos dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the chaos dragon claw. Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from his fist. Then his entire body was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. So strong! Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had actually been forced back. This was the first time he had been forced back in the process of a head-on clash with someone. One had to know that martial artists were indomitable and extremely powerful. They were natural warriors. Moreover, their martial bodies were incomparably powerful. Only martial artists could send their opponents flying. It was rare for martial artists to be sent flying by their opponents. The Chaos Azure Dragon took on Gu Fei's punch head-on, but it was also shaken by Gu Fei's fist energy. Its dragon claws collapsed, and it was actually evenly matched. Looks like I've underestimated you. Old Man Primordial, who who was in control of the formation, saw that Gu Fei could take on the Chaos Azure Dragon's attack head-on. One had to know that the power of the Chaos Azure Dragon's attack would even tear a sage apart in an instant. The Chaos Martial Body is really that strong. Even Old Man Primordial was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with the Chaos Four Spirits. The Chaos Four Spirits were not ordinary. They seemed to really have a mind of their own, and all of them were extremely powerful. Especially in this chaotic void, the Chaos Four Spirits seemed to have endless power. The more they fought, the stronger they became. However, Gu Fei was fearless. The battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. He actually used his physical martial body to fight against the Chaos Four Spirits. He did not use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Chaos Fist. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced in the wind, and an invincible fist intent emerged from his body. The powerful Chaos Fist force surged from his fists. Boom! He fiercely clashed with the Chaos White Tiger, forcing the Chaos Chi White Tiger to retreat. He then stepped out with his 8 steps 8 kills, trampling the Vermilion Bird down from the sky, punching the White Tiger and trampling the Vermilion Bird. Even the martial ancestor could not compare to such divine might back then. Roar! At this time, the Chaos Azure Dragon roared and spat out a ball of Chaos True Fire at Gu Fei. This type of divine fire was very terrifying. If one were to be burned by it, even a sage would be destroyed in body and soul, turning into ashes. Yin-yang sort of life and death. Gu Fei used his martial arts skill, turning his fist into a sword. Black and white sword chi immediately rushed out from his hand, breaking through the Chaos True Fire and rushing towards the Azure Dragon. 5-element fist, boundless water. Gu Fei threw another punch. The water fist force turned into a monstrous water, directly sending the Chaos Azure Dragon flying. It was extremely powerful. Just as Gu Fei sent the Chaos Azure Dragon flying, the Chaos Black Tortoise attacked. The huge Chaos Turtle shell knocked Gu Fei away. Among the 4 spirits, the Black Tortoise's defense was definitely the best. The force of the collision could even smash a real immemorial sacred mountain. Gu Fei only felt like his whole body was falling apart. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Kill! The Chaos True Force in Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. The injuries suffered by the Chaos Martial Body were healed in an instant. His battle intent was still like a rainbow as he rushed towards the 4 spirits. This was the terrifying part of the Chaos Martial Body. No matter how serious the martial body was, even if it was smashed into pieces, the Chaos Martial Body's powerful self-recovery ability could instantly restore the martial body. As long as the soul was not destroyed, the Chaos Martial Body would not be destroyed. This was an extremely tragic battle. Gu Fei did not use the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. He wanted to put himself in danger and use this extreme method to stimulate the potential of the martial body. He was forcing himself. Roar! All of a sudden, Gu Fei leaped up high and punched the Chaos Azure Dragon's spine, splitting the dragon's body into 2. At the same time, the Chaos Azure Dragon's claws left several bloody marks on Gu Fei's body, revealing his bones. What? Old Man Primordial was stunned. No one had ever been able to break the Chaos Azure Dragon's body, and no one had ever survived the attack of the 4 spirits. Gu Fei was an anomaly. He fought with the 4 spirits for several hours, but in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Gu Fei's Chaos Martial Body was smashed several times. The 4 spirits were also smashed by Gu Fei. However, as long as the Chaos Array was not broken, the 4 spirits would not disappear. If this continued, the 4 spirits could exhaust Gu Fei to death in the array. Gu Fei was not a fool. He naturally knew the other party's intentions, but he would not sit still and wait for death. He wanted to force himself to the limit. Chapter 2309. Gu Fei battled the Chaos Four Spirits. This battle lasted for an entire day and night. Even Gu Fei couldn't count how many injuries his Chaos Martial Body had suffered. The recovery ability of the Chaos Martial Body was astonishing. After Gu Fei was injured, his wounds would immediately heal as though he had never been injured. Soon, during the battle, Gu Fei could clearly sense that the bottleneck of his cultivation was beginning to loosen. This was a sign that he was about to break through. Saint King. Boom! The gigantic dragon claw slammed down and Gu Fei was sent flying. However, this time he wasn't injured. He completely withstood the force. Warriors were born to be warriors, just by cultivating in seclusion. The increase in cultivation was very limited. Since ancient times, there had been many warriors who had succeeded in cultivation. Most of these warriors who had succeeded in cultivation had made it through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Many warriors could transform and sublimate in battle. Gu Fei attacked with all his might, forcing Old Man Primordius to circulate the array with all his might. The power of the Chaos Four Spirits was also increasing. It was incomparably terrifying and was enough to threaten Gu Fei. You are really heaven-defying. You actually lasted for so long. Old Man Primordius was truly stunned by Gu Fei. No one had ever been able to last so long in his chaos array. This was definitely an anomaly. If it was an ordinary saint trapped in the chaos array, they would have been killed countless times by the chaos-killing array set up by Old Man Primordius. What other abilities do you have? Hurry up and use them. Gu Fei said loudly. As long as the power of the chaos-killing array was a little stronger, he might be able to force himself into a desperate situation. The potential in his body would be stimulated. Very good. If this move can't kill you, then there's nothing I can do. Old Man Primordius said. Then he controlled the chaos-killing array and was about to produce the strongest power of the killing array. He had no choice but to use his trump card. 4 spirits as one. Old Man Primordius roared in anger. His entire body surged with power as the runes interweaved. Within the chaos array, the 4 primordial spirits soared into the sky and collided with each other, erupting with a blinding divine light. The 4 spirits fused together, and an extremely terrifying giant figure appeared in the middle of the chaotic aura. All the power of the 4 spirits gathered in that figure. The figure was blurry, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, it gave off a peerlessly powerful feeling. What is that? Gu Fei looked up. For the first time, he felt that his life was in danger. The power gathered by the figure in the sky was too strong. Kill! Elder Primordial Chaos bellowed. The 4 chaotic spirits fused together and transformed into a phantom that pounced towards Gu Fei. The momentum of this pounce drove the power of the entire formation towards Gu Fei. Bang! Without any surprises, with a muffled sound, Gu Fei was directly pressed down from the sky by the figure. Under the great power, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body almost collapsed. All right, again. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and charged towards the figure. Boom! He was knocked away by the figure once again, but very soon he charged back and attacked the blurry figure. He was still filled with battle intent. Under the impact of the great power, Gu Fei's martial body finally changed. The 9 runes of chaos became brighter and brighter, and the power of the waves that radiated from them became stronger and stronger. Rumble! Suddenly, without any warning, thunder actually rang out from above the chaos array. Even Old Man Primordius found this unbelievable. How is this possible? Old Man Primordius muttered to himself. Only now did he realize that Gu Fei was actually using his own power to help him reach Saint Ruler. This kind of boldness was not something that everyone possessed. After all, it was very risky to use the power of others to refine one's own body. If one was not careful, they might pay with their life. I've already done my best." With that, old man Primordius unfurled a scroll, and the diagram of a teleportation formation rushed out. He stepped onto it and directly fled. He was a decisive person. If he knew that he could not do anything, he would retreat immediately. Without old man Primordius' control, the Chaos Array's power immediately decreased. The figure that had been conjured from the fusion of the 4 chaotic spirits was dispersed by Gu Fei in the end, dispersing into the void. The grand primal Chaos Array collapsed as Gu Fei rushed out. He directly tore apart the void and walked out from the primal chaos void, returning to the primal chaos world. He sealed up his cultivation, and the thunder in the sky immediately disappeared. He did not want to undergo his tribulation now. He did not want too many people to know that he had the right to make a breakthrough to Saint Ruler. No one's going to stop me from returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star, right? Gu Fei directly walked towards the chaotic passageway that led to the soaring dragon ancestral star. How is this possible? The black-robed dog sage could not help but turn pale with fright when he saw that even old man Primordius could not deal with Gu Fei. He fled far away, not daring to approach Gu Fei. "I'll go back and ask Master to make a decision." With dog sage retreating, he was left alone. He was even less of a match for Gu Fei. Only by asking that person to come out would he have a chance to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. The person behind Dog Sage seemed to be determined to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. However, it wasn't an easy task to snatch something from Gu Fei's hands. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Just as Gu Fei was about to enter the chaos passageway, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw a bald little monk holding a violet gold alms bowl, walking over from afar, one step at a time. Little monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the little monk. It was him who had called out to him. "It's really you. Don't tell me that old tortoise is nearby." The white-robed little monk was also shocked when he saw Gu Fei. It seemed like even he could not believe that he would bump into Gu Fei here. "Hee, little Fan Xiao, we meet again." Gu Fei initially had one foot in the chaotic passageway. However, he retracted his foot and looked at little monk Fan Xiao. "Old tortoise is not nearby. Heaven is really helping me. Hurry up and hand over the mountain and river cauldron." Little monk Fan Xiao said to Gu Fei. The only person he was worried about was old tortoise, because old tortoise possessed the strongest demon weapon of the demon race. "Hand over your big bald head." Chapter 2310. The chaotic world was connected to the 3 realms and 6 paths. Old tortoise could enter the chaotic world through the chaotic passage. So could little monk Fan Xiao. The person who stopped Gu Fei was actually little monk Fan Xiao. This little baldy who jumped out of the tomb of the ancient Buddhist masters on Spirited Mountain still looked the same. He was still a fair, chubby, and harmless little baldy. However, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this little baldy who was always smiling. One should know that this little baldy was also the ancestor of sneaky tricks. Even old tortoise had suffered a great loss in the hands of this little baldy. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was filled with a mighty chaotic aura. 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on his martial body, and the chaotic power of the great path of chaos was intertwined. "Io, how long has it been? You've actually cultivated the chaotic martial body. It's really nature-defying. Congratulations." Little monk Fan Xiao held the purple gold alms bowl in his left hand and placed his right hand in front of his chest. He congratulated Gu Fei as if he was really congratulating Gu Fei for becoming a martial sage. However, no one knew what was going on in this little baldy's head. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's expression became extremely solemn. This little baldy knew that he had cultivated the chaotic martial body, but he was not the slightest bit nervous. Could it be that this little baldy's cultivation was even higher than his? "If you want the mountain and river cauldron, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Gu Fei was very direct and did not want to talk nonsense with this little baldy. Very well. I think you'd better hand over the mountain and river cauldron. I'm doing this for your own good. Little monk Fan Xiu said with a compassionate expression. It was as if Gu Fei was helping Gu Fei by handing the mountain and river cauldron over to him. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. If little monk Fan Xiu's words were reliable, even pigs could climb trees. He would never believe a word that this little baldy said, even if he was beaten to death. Don't doubt me. The mountain and river cauldron is very important. I guess those people will definitely take action once they receive the news. Little monk Fan Xiu said very seriously. Humph, I still stand by my words. If you want the cauldron of mountain and river, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Gu Fei snorted coldly. It was impossible for Fan Xiu to convince him to hand over the mountain and river cauldron with his glib tongue. Even if the ancient Buddhist lord came personally, Gu Fei would still say the same thing. AI, why can't you understand? Give me the cauldron of mountain and river. I will bear all the karma. If I don't go to hell, who will? Amateus Buddha. Little monk Fan Xiu's face was filled with benevolence. A faint Buddhist light circulated around his body as a peaceful aura spread from his body. Preposterous! Why don't you give me the alms bowl in your hand and let me bear your karma? Gu Fei said snappily. Sigh, looks like we still have to fight. I really don't want to fight. Little monk Fan Xiu looked helpless. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Gu Fei stared at little monk Fan Xiu and said indifferently. He was not moved. He would not believe a single word that little monk Fan Xiu said. Come to the alms bowl. At this moment, little monk Fan Xiu raised the alms bowl in his hand and said to Gu Fei, Buzz. Immediately, the alms bowl let out a buzzing sound. Then, a golden whirlpool appeared in the alms bowl. A heaven-devouring force was emitted from the golden whirlpool. Rumble! The space in front of the alms bowl was shaking. Then it collapsed and was devoured by the golden whirlpool in the alms bowl. The strong devouring force could devour the space in the heavens and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei felt his body tighten. He had been enveloped by the strong suction force from the golden whirlpool in the alms bowl. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His body shook, and the 9 chaotic Tao patterns on his body rushed out immediately. They shook off the suction force and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above little monk Fan Xiu's head and stomped down on little monk Fan Xiu's head. Boom! There was a loud sound. When Gu Fei's foot landed, a large piece of the void below immediately collapsed. It turned into a destructive force that obliterated little monk Fan Xiu below. Gu Fei used the 8 kill steps without holding back. Hey! Little monk Fan Xiu raised his right hand and slapped upwards. It collided with Gu Fei's right leg. The strong martial arts force and the Buddha's power collided violently. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Little monk Fan Xiu was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and fell to the ground. Gu Fei was also sent flying by the Buddha's power that erupted from little monk Fan Xiu's hand. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the strength of his martial body. It could directly compete with the divine weapon. The power of this stomp could directly crush a mountain. However, the other party actually blocked his foot. Could there be a divine body in this world that could compete with the chaotic martial body? The chaotic martial body is indeed powerful. At this time, little monk Fan Xiu was even more shocked than Gu Fei. One should know that the palm that he struck just now seemed to be casual, but it was the supreme, demon-subduing divine power of Buddhism, the Buddha's palm. Since ancient times, when the Buddha's palm was used, no matter what kind of evil demon it would be instantly suppressed. But now, Gu Fei was not suppressed by little monk Fan Xiu. Kill! Gu Fei roared and raised his hands. The black and white sword light immediately rushed out like 2 shocking divine rainbows. It descended from the sky and strangled little monk Fan Xiu. The sword light tore the void between heaven and earth. The impact of the cold sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, showing a peerless power. This was a martial arts battle technique, the yin-yang life and death sword. Gu Fei's chaotic holy force could be converted into yin-yang and the 5 elements at will. Come to the alms bowl. The little monk, Fan Xiao, raised the purple-gold alms bowl in his hand, and a golden vortex appeared again. The black and white sword lights that Gu Fei shot out were immediately absorbed by the purple-gold alms bowl, and the 2 sword lights were instantly refined by the purple-gold alms bowl. Buddha is with me. After withdrawing Gu Fei's yin-yang sword light, the little monk Fan Xiao's body shook and an endless golden Buddhist light rushed out from his body. 9 Buddhist inscriptions vaguely appeared, and a golden Buddhist, figure the size of a mountain, appeared in the world. Terrifying waves of Buddhist power spread out in all directions. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord had personally arrived. This part of the chaotic world seemed to have turned into a Buddhist kingdom. An auspicious aura filled every inch of the void. Vaguely, one could hear Buddhas chanting sutras, the Buddha's Dharma. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Little monk Fan Xiao had actually cultivated such a divine power and attracted the shadow of the Buddha. Boom! Chapter 23:11. The little monk Fan Xiao was extremely powerful and had definitely become a saint. However, Gu Fei had never sensed a Buddhist master becoming a saint before. Obviously, the little monk Fan Xiao must have used some forbidden method when he became a saint. Once someone like Fan Xiao became a saint, his cultivation would definitely increase rapidly and he would become an expert among saints, just like the old tortoise. The little monk Fan Xiao displayed the heavenly Buddha Dharma and gathered endless Buddhist power, attracting a wisp of the Dharma of the Millennium Buddha. This made Gu Fei feel great pressure. Boom! The golden hand slammed down on Gu Fei below. The Dharma of the Millennium Buddha moved, and the Buddha's Dharma sealed the space below. Gu Fei could not dodge at all. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if the Millennium Buddha were here, I would blow him up with one punch. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind. He roared and punched upward with his right fist. Endless power of chaos gathered crazily on his fist. 9 chaos Tao patterns emerged on his fist, triggering the power of the great path of chaos. An extremely powerful chaos saint might burst out. Gu Fei's fist exuded an invincible fist will. This, sensing the invincible fist will on Gu Fei, even the little monk Fan Xiao could not help but be moved. This guy was incredible. He already had the aura of a saint. Boom! Gu Fei's fist slammed hard on the golden Buddha's hand that was slamming down from the sky. The golden Buddha's hand was like an immortal mountain that was difficult to move. Gu Fei felt an irresistible power coming from the Buddha's hand. The golden Buddha's hand slammed down and slammed Gu Fei into the ground. Although it was only an extremely weak avatar, the ancient Buddha Lord was still the ancient Buddha Lord after all. His Buddhist energy was so strong that even Gu Fei could not contend against him. Buzz! At this moment, a sword chime came from the ground. A black light broke through the soil and rushed out of the ground, slashing at the Buddha's Dharma. The sword light was extremely sharp. However, the heavenly Buddha merely waved its hand and shattered the sword light. Rumble! Just as little monk Fan Xiao controlled the heavenly Buddha Dharma idol to shatter the sword light, the entire ground suddenly shook. The ground undulated violently like waves. No matter how powerful you are, it is useless at this moment. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled. This was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. The Dharma body of an ancient Buddhist master wasn't that easy to condense. Kill! With a roar, the entire ground exploded. A figure rushed out from the depths of the earth, surrounded by chaotic energy. like an invincible god walking out from the primordial chaos, attacking the Dharma body of the Buddhist Lord. What? Seeing how strong Gu Fei was, even little monk Fanxiu was shocked. It wasn't a joke to say that a martial artist was invincible in the same realm. With Gu Fei's cultivation, how could an ordinary sage be his opponent? Terrifying chaotic energy shook the heavens and earth. Gu Fei directly displayed his strongest combat strength, using the primal chaos fist. He punched out, shattering the void. It was as terrifying as splitting the heavens and earth apart. Pum! The heavenly Buddha Dharma idol slapped out again, and the endless chaotic energy was immediately scattered. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying again. Wah! In the air, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Even someone as strong as the chaotic martial body was injured. Sai Buddha is merciful. Little monk Fanxiu muttered. You little baldy. Gu Fei's senses were extremely sensitive. When he heard little monk Fanxiu's whisper, he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. A surge of hot blood had already rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Again, Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of miles away by the golden Buddha's palm. But after he stopped, he immediately rushed towards little monk Fanxiu. Martial artists became stronger when they met strong opponents. Even when facing the Dharma idol of the ancient Buddha, it was the same. It was impossible to retreat, and he still pressed forward. However, invincible battle intent didn't seem to be able to change anything. In the face of absolute power, no matter how strong one's battle intent was, there seemed to be only one outcome, and that was defeat. This was the first time that Gu Fei met such an extremely strong opponent. He was sent flying again and again, but he still rushed forward. He was so tenacious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Hand over the mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Fanxiu couldn't help but say, Hand over your big baldy. Gu Fei roared. The clothes on his chest were stained with his own blood. Just a little bit more, Gu Fei murmured in his heart. He didn't use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, nor did he use any other techniques. He had been fighting with his own strength. One had to admit that little monk Fanxiu was really strong. Gu Fei was very curious as to how Fanxiu was able to do all this. One had to know that the Dharma idol of the ancient Buddha wasn't that easy to condense. Could it be that this little baldy has a Buddha artifact? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken at the thought of this. Bang! The golden Buddha's palm fell, and this time Gu Fei's physical body collapsed. But in the next moment, the scattered flesh and blood flew back and reformed into the chaos martial body. Although Gu Fei was heavily injured, the 9 chaos Tao patterns in his body were getting brighter and brighter. When Gu Fei's primal chaos martial body was blasted by the golden Buddha's hand for the 3rd time, Gu Fei's primal chaos Tao pattern finally emitted endless primal chaos divine light. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns were evolving the primal Tao. Rumble! Above the firmament, there was the sound of thunder. What? At this moment, little monk Fanxiu was shocked. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. He didn't know when, but there was a mass of tribulation clouds in the sky. Good boy, you actually, little monk Fanxiu was shocked. The aura from the tribulation clouds in the sky made his heart palpitate. It was a kind of supreme power that surpassed that of a sage. In the depths of the firmament, an extremely powerful force descended and shrouded the entire heaven and earth. Little monk Fanxiu immediately retreated far away. Sage rulers, heavenly tribulation, little monk Fanxiu only dared to stop after retreating thousands of miles. Then he said such words. Thank you, little baldy, for helping me. Gu Fei laughed out loud. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his own cultivation. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the heaven and earth to shake. He already had the right to attract the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation, but he did not want to do that. Right now, he had basically made himself feel the threat of death once again, tempering his mental state once again. Chapter 23:12. Gu Fei triggered the Sage King's ordeal and scared off Fan Xiu. This guy, in the distant sky, Fan Xiu's expression changed. The terrifying aura of destruction that descended from the depths of the sky made his heart palpitate. It really is the Sage King's ordeal, Fan Xiu muttered to himself. Then he turned around and left without looking back. The Sage King's ordeal had descended. Even if he still had trump cards that he had not used, he did not dare to use them. That was the Sage King's ordeal. At this time, Gu Fei could not be bothered with Fan Xiu, because at this time an extremely powerful figure had appeared in the depths of the sky. That was the Dharma body of the Great Path that Ji Zun had left behind when he tried to break through to the Saint King realm. This was the reappearance of Ji Zun's battle prowess when he was at the Saint King realm. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The blurry figure took a step and instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei. Endless aura of the Great Path spread out from the figure, as if a supreme existence had descended in this part of the world. At this moment, all the saint-level creatures in the entire chaotic world felt the vast and powerful Sage King's aura, and all of them were shaken. What's going on? Has a Sage King descended into the chaotic world? Someone exclaimed. The pressure of the Sage King was too shocking. Even the sages would change their expressions, but on the contrary, the living beings below the saint level were completely unaffected, as if they could not feel the Sage King's aura at all. The saint-level creatures in the chaotic world were indescribably shocked. Some of them directly rushed in the direction of the Sage King's aura, wanting to know who it was. The Dharma body of Ji Zun when he was at the Saint King realm? Gu Fei felt great pressure from the blurry figure. The powerful ripples of the Great Path that came from the figure made him feel suffocated. Kill. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the figure. He extended his hand, and a large chaotic hand immediately rushed out, grabbing at the figure. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. It should be known that he was facing the Dharma body of Ji Zun when he was at the Saint King realm. No one knew how powerful such a Dharma body was. Bang! That figure stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. 9 primordial Tao runes surged out from his palm and instantly sealed the space before him. Gu Fei's giant chaotic hand was frozen in the void, completely imprisoned. Bang! With a shake of the figure's right hand, Gu Fei's chaotic hand shattered and dissipated into the void. Gu Fei was taken aback. He had never imagined that his opponent would be this strong, easily dispelling his full-powered attack. Looks like this battle will be extremely difficult. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was not an easy task to become a Saint King. Shua. At this time, the blurry figure waved his right hand, and Gu Fei immediately felt the world spin around him. His essence qi was rapidly draining away. What? He was shocked to the extreme. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the return to truth secret technique. It could dissolve a cultivator's essence energy and erase their cultivation. It's the Tao ancestors' Dharma body. Gu Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was the Dharma body of the Tao ancestor. How was he supposed to fight it? But soon, Gu Fei realized that the return to truth secret technique was not complete. It seemed to be only a prototype. The power that could erase someone's cultivation and destroy someone's fruit of the way did not appear. If it was the complete returning to truth secret technique, then Gu Fei would be in trouble. Return to truth. Gu Fei roared and also used the returning truth secret technique. This was the complete returning truth secret technique, which could refine all the essence energy in the world and erase a person's cultivation. Rumble! As the two forces of the same origin collided, the flawless power of returning nature eventually overpowered the flawed power of returning nature. The blurry Dharmakaya became even more blurry. Gu Fei's flawless secret skill of returning nature had almost shaved off the power of the Great Way. When the Supreme Tao Ancestor was in the Sage King realm, he had not created the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but he had already begun to derive the 9 secret techniques. The flawed 9 secrets could not compete with the flawless 9 secrets. Gu Fei had the upper hand for now. Primordial Soul, Sword of the Way. He did not hesitate and used the Primordial Soul, Sword of the Way. A purple divine light rushed out from his brow and turned into a divine sword. It emanated the aura of the Great Path and slashed at the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body. Buzz! The void trembled, and the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body also rushed out with divine light. It turned into a Sword of the Way and slashed at Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path was mighty. Gu Fei's Primordial Soul Sword of the Way rushed out and destroyed the Primordial Soul Sword of the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body. It then instantly cut the Dharma body in 2. The flawless 9 secrets completely suppressed the flawed 9 secrets. This gave Gu Fei the upper hand. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. However, the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body was at the Sage King realm after all. Its immortal Tao magic was not to be underestimated. It still heavily injured Gu Fei and almost destroyed Gu Fei's chaotic martial body. In the end, the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body dissipated and Gu Fei survived. However, just as the Tao Ancestor's Dharma body dissipated, another figure descended from the sky to fight Gu Fei. This time, the blurry Dharma body exuded an aura that Gu Fei had never seen before. It was a humanoid creature, but the Dharma body was blurry. He could not tell what kind of creature it was. Boom! The power of the Great Path exploded and the void trembled. Gu Fei and the creature began to fight. This was a fierce battle. Divine blood splattered across the sky. Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was heavily injured one after another. Even his martial body was destroyed several times, and the fire of his life was almost extinguished. If he had not cultivated the winged transformation secret technique, he might have been in danger. The more injured he was, the brighter the 9 chaotic Tao patterns in Gu Fei's body became. The sage tribulation brought not only destruction, but also a kind of great path imprint of a supreme creature at the Sage King realm. This power of the Great Path was constantly perfecting Gu Fei's 9 primordial Tao patterns. The pressure of a Sage King began to emerge from Gu Fei's body. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing. The power of the Sage King was condensing, causing some changes to the aura on his body. Gu Fei was like a cockroach that could not be killed. 9 figures descended from the sky, and each figure had the combat power of a Sage King. He forced the 9 figures back, and the 9 primordial Tao patterns were perfected. In the end, the 9 Tao patterns emitted endless chaotic divine light. Under the shroud of the chaotic divine light, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body quickly recovered. He had endured and survived. The 9 Tao patterns were one step closer to the 9 flawless Tao patterns. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their minds go blank. They did not expect that someone had actually successfully passed the Sage King tribulation. The powerful Sage King tribulation was vast and mighty. Chapter 23:13. Many people could not believe that Gu Fei had passed the Sage King ordeal. However, it was a fact, because there was more than one ancient saint who had witnessed Gu Fei's success. News of this matter quickly reached the ears of the various superpowers. Some rejoiced while others worried. Those who had previously attacked Gu Fei felt as if they were facing an imminent disaster, especially those who came from the soaring dragon ancestral star. "I'm afraid we can't avoid this." Some people left the chaotic world and returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. They had to be prepared. Once Gu Fei returned, he would definitely start a bloodbath. At this time, the soaring dragon ancestral star was in chaos. The heavenly secrets became unpredictable, and the power that suppressed the saint-level beings was disappearing. The The soaring dragon ancestral star was located at the border between the West Earth Buddhist kingdom and the Central Earth. There was a place called the Sorcerer Land. It used to be the territory of the Sorcerer tribe, but hundreds of years ago, the Sorcerer tribe was exterminated by Gu Fei. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land was originally a small family, but after it became the master of the Sorcerer Land, the family gradually became stronger over the past hundreds of years. The current leader of the Gu family was Gu Zhong's father. Back then, Gu Fei had left behind many things that were enough to make the Gu family strong enough to become the true master of the Sorcerer Land. The Gu family and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground were connected by marriage. Although the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had never acknowledged this relationship, it was an indisputable fact that Gu Zhong's wife was the former holy lady of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. It was also for this reason that the super forces did not attack the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land, because they were afraid of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. However, there were some forces on the soaring dragon ancestral star that did not respect the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. For example, the West Earth Buddhist sect. As a supreme inheritance, the West Earth Buddhist sect did not care about the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. On this day, 500 golden arhats suddenly descended and surrounded the Gu family's Yanwu city. On this day, the Sorcerer Land was in chaos. Apart from Yanwu city, all the forces of the Gu family in the Sorcerer Land were uprooted. The Gu family could not resist the West Earth Buddhist sect at all. Western Earth Buddhist sect, what are you guys trying to do? An angry roar came from within the city. At this moment, the defensive array of the city was activated. Countless runes interweaved, forming a screen of light that covered the entire city. This was the grand formation that He Tian had set up in the past. Hundreds of years had passed, and this grand formation was constantly devouring the essence of the world. It was no longer the same grand formation that it had been in the past. He Tian's attainments and formations were so high that even Gu Fei was impressed. The formations he laid down were extraordinary. They could automatically evolve and change. You are the inheritors of that demon, Gu Fei. We are here to subdue the demon. A Buddhist Vedanta walked out and said those words. Exorcism? What a joke. How could we be those devils? Looks like your Buddhist sect is determined to annihilate my Gu family. The patriarch of Gu family rushed to the sky above Yanwu city. A mighty immortal emperor pressure spread out from his body. Rays of purple immortal, Tao divine, light lingered around his body. Gu Zhong's father had actually cultivated the immortal emperor Tao fruit in these hundreds of years. However, such a cultivation base was nothing in front of the 500 golden arhats. One should know that each golden arhat had the cultivation base of a Buddha emperor. One had to admit that the foundation of West Earth's Buddhist sect was very deep. 500 Buddha emperors were enough to sweep through a region in the ancestral dragon star. There's no need to say anything to these devils. Another Buddhist Vedanta walked out, formed the Arhat demon subduing grand formation. A Buddhist Vedanta ordered the 500 golden arhats. In an instant, golden figures flickered outside Yanwu city. Buddhist runes soared into the sky, and a powerful Buddhist energy was rapidly condensing. In Yanwu city, the Gu family patriarch was filled with anger. These Baldies were truly despicable. They clearly wanted to annihilate the Gu family, but they just had to pin a groundless crime on their heads. At this moment, within Yanwu city, the members of the Gu clan also made their move. A shocking killing intent rushed out from the grand formation of Yanwu city. Under the control of the Gu family, the grand formation of Yanwu city had turned into a heaven-shaking killing formation. What? Sensing the mighty killing intent from the grand formation, even the Buddhist Vedanta couldn't help but be moved. Before they attacked the Gu family, they already had a premonition that things wouldn't go smoothly. Now, they finally knew why things didn't go smoothly. At this time, the Arhat demon subduing grand formation of West Earth's 500 golden arhats had already been activated. Powerful Buddhist energy rippled across the heavens and the earth. A vague Buddha figure could be vaguely seen in the grand formation. This was a confrontation between the Arhat demon subduing grand formation and the killing formation of Yanwu City. These two forces had already surpassed the immortal Emperor realm and were definitely at the Almighty realm, especially the killing formation of Yanwu City laid out by He Tian. The power of this grand formation was incomparably powerful. It could definitely withstand the attack of a grand completion Almighty. Even a half-step saint wouldn't be able to break this killing formation in a short period of time. Do we really have to go back and ask for help? A Buddhist Vedanta muttered. The important figures of the Gu family were hiding in Yanwu City, which made things very troublesome. Their plan to take down the Gu family with lightning speed could be considered as a failure. In fact, the Buddhist sect of West Earth had long wanted to act against the Gu family. The Shaman land stood between the Buddhist sect of West Earth and Middle Earth, and the Buddhist sect of West Earth wanted to open up a path between the two. Most importantly, the Gu family had a close relationship with Gu Fei, which made the Buddhist sect of West Earth feel uneasy. By this time, the incident in the Shaman land had already been known by many major powers. Everyone was shocked that the Buddhist sect of West Earth had actually acted against the Gu family. This was simply looking down on the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. As the primordial era faction of the soaring dragon ancestral star, the Jadastige ancient sacred ground naturally sent people to the chaos world. After learning that Gu Zhong had become a sage, those who did not have a good impression of Gu Zhong gradually changed their attitude. One should know that Gu Zhong was the disciple of Gu Fei. This was no secret to the major powers of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Now that Gu Zhong had become a saint, he was a mighty martial saint. In the desolate era, a martial saint was a synonym for invincibility. A martial saint was definitely worthy of being roped in by the Yaotai ancient sacred ground at all costs. Especially when the great calamity was about to descend, even a fool would know the benefits of joining forces with a martial saint.